Shalom, everybody. I go by the appellation of Malakizedek Yis-RoyAl. Sakafet Tutmun. Shalom. Ampil la paix pour nous tout. In today's video, we're continuing on in part 9. Ça c'est partie 9 de vidéo. Na parlé de Haiti. Pertaining to Haiti, the Tainos and all that, you know, what we've been talking about the past 8 videos. So today we're in the 7th day of the 8th month, called Hezvan or Bu in Yiddish, fake Hebrew. We're in the 2nd day of the week. We're in the 2nd portal, in the 2nd semester of fall. And according to the pagan time, it is October 24th, 2015, and it's Satan's day, they said, the 2nd day of the week, and it's really 2:26 p.m. So we're gonna go right into it. Before we begin, there is a video I want to show you guys first. You can contact me at godlivesinOurheart@hotmail.com if you're interested in linking up with me, joining up with me, breaking bread with me, or whatever you want to do. Hit me up. godlivesinOurheart@hotmail.com. Tuklapu bonjenu, Yahuwah Elohim. All praises to Yahuwah Elohim. Kalkabua da Yahuwah Elohim. Amen. So the Garifunas are of the tribe Taino. The tribe Taino in Arawak. And Garifuna, I believe, is where they got the name for California. Garifuna, the Carib. You see, that's why they call the West Indies like Cuba, Haiti, South America, North America, Puerto Rico, and stuff like that, Brazil, the West Indies. You see, the West Indians, the Indians were Arawak Taino, and there's proof that these Taino, Arawak, Indian, Garifuna, Carib, Maroon people were living in this land before we came in. Actually, the Maroons came after, but the Taino, Arawak, Carib, Garifuna people. And as you can tell right here, there's more information on the side. You can learn a little bit more of them. And they're people too of Honduras. So that means Negroes were taken into Honduras and as well as Guatemala. You see? So Black Carib language, Garifuna, the story of Yahusha. So, or Nicaragua. So there's Africans there, Nicaragua. So Ecuador, Guatemala, Nicaragua. It's probably where they got the name Agua from. Agua. For water. Garifuna, tuna. Alright, let's listen. So what makes the Garifuna language so unique? Garifuna is an Arawakan language spoken in the coast of Honduras. A lot of Hebrews there. Boom. Belize, they were considered the yellow people. Guatemala, Nicaragua, by the Garifuna people. Let's start from the beginning. It is believed that the first people to live in St. Vincent were the Siboney Indians, but then driven out by the Arawak Indians. So I mean Arawaks, the Arawak, the Caribbeans were fighting with the Tainos. So Arawak people migrated from the northern coast of South America and populated the majority of the Caribbean. So Caribbean is Caribbean, probably not Caribbean. So I'm gonna let you read. So their language gave rise to Taino, Garifuna and Garifuna, the Arawaks. Live peacefully in St. Vincent until the arrival of the Carib Indians, who were believed to have chased the Arawaks out of South America. According to the history, the Caribs killed all the Arawak men and took their women. What happened next is what separates Garifuna from almost any other language in the world, especially because a lot of the Caribs were known as the cannibals. Arawak women, Indiana, started mixing with Carib men. So the Arawak Garifuna or Garifuna mixed with the Tainos, and so it made a unique mix, and also it mixed their language, which was generalized as the language Arawak. You see, but that their own kind because the mixing that was going on and the rape, and gave birth to a new ethnic group, the Yellow Caribs. When the Yellow Caribs had girls, they would be raised with the mother and only speak the Arawak language. But if it was a boy, he would be raised with his mother until the age of 7 and then go and live with father to learn. Fishing skills, but also in the process become bilingual, speaking both the Arawak and Carib language. The Carib later intermarried free blacks between Negroes. You see those Caribs in the Caribbean, Haiti, Jamaica, Cuba, Brazil, Puerto Rico, Santo Domingo, all that. So the Carib later intermarried with Hebrews or free blacks that ended up there when 2 slave ships shipwrecked on the island and they escaped. Hey! I forgot to mention that during this time both the French and British were in St. Vincent trying to take over. So the intermarrying of the Africans, that's us, some of us still look that way, with the Yellow Caribs, that gave a unique picture like Hispanic. So it created the Garifuna people, yellow and yeah. So in the interaction with French, now they mixed in with them after all that. And the British, which gives you Spanish today and things like that, the unique language, gave the language some of the last finishing touches. So even though most Garifuna ended up in Spanish-speaking countries in Central America, the Spanish-Spain influence is little. So the Garifuna language is believed to be 45% Arawak, 25% Carib, 15% French, 10% English, 5% Spanish, and spoken with African dialect. You see? So it's a mix of Arawak mixed with Carib, which are like the Caribbeans with the Taino, mixed with French, English, and Spanish. These heathens right here. You see? And it's spoken with an African dialect. You know, it's like ça passe, como est là? You know, like it came from them. All that. It's English, French, and all that stuff. So let's continue. So the African dialect changed the pronunciation of almost every word in Garifuna. For example, the word was pronounced with a ka or sk. Now it became g. Like, check this out. You can pause if you want. Afara. So in Arawak, isika give mean isika, and Garifuna ikika, ikika. You see? Ka, isika, akika, asika, asika. Same thing. Asika, asiga, asika. So you can see the Taino Garifuna mix right there. Garifuna. Anoka, Anuga. Ako, Ago. Abuka, Abuaga, Bogua. Akani, Agani. Yayawa, Yeyowa. See, there's a mix. It comes in the flags and the color. Otoro, Aturu. Tuna, Duna. So where Spanish get their ora from. Wato, Watu. Arepa, Ereba. Cassava. Kataru, Gadaru. Turtle. Arukuma, Waruguma. Parana, Barana. So most Garifuna men and women now are unaware that they use different words to describe the same thing. For example, like in Dominican Republic in Haiti. So O Nugoi, Amuru Bugaya, Ahuyi Hibagunu, Higabunu, Wuguru Iyeri, Wuri Kinyaru, Uma Emery. Now the French mix in. So chemise. Oh yeah, like in Creole, chemise, simise, simisi, chemise, French. So they're the one who makes that with Creole and all that. That makes sense. So African. So okay. So that. But that doesn't mean the French had mixed with all the Africans though, just because they speak their language. So yeah, because I know my people have no white in them. So I'm not French. We just speak their language like English. Chemise. L'église, church. L'église. I know that word in Creole. L'église, l'église. Couliel, couleru. Kiel. Lundi, Monday, yup. Vendredi, Wandaradi. Samedi, Samudi. So Creoles are mixed with all this native Indian stuff. Beliti, belt. Koru, with shore. Or shoru. Gonunu, gown. Maki, matches, machi. Fluaru, flower. It's in English. Kopu, cup. Posu, purse. Posu. Now Spanish now. Galo, gayu. Tranquilo, daranguilo, gilu. Cabalolo, caballo, gabayo. Cafe, gafe. In Creole, that's what we call it too, cafe. And to all of y'all Garifunas, ashamed of our language and people, I'm ashamed of you for being... Wait, I am ashamed of you for... That was awesome. So, gafe, I am ashamed of you for being ashamed, losers. We're all one. Garifuna, Garifuna, Taino, Arawak, Carib, Maroon. So, alright. Let's go into our lesson for today. Now that we just went through that. So let me see. Put some sounds on. Alright, let me see what time we got. Alright. So let's get ready. So Saint Domingue provided extraordinary sources of wealth to the French. Extraordinary wealth. To protect her investment. To protect their investments like they're doing today. So French slaveholders had to learn at least a minimal amount about their slaves. One of the most astute commentators, Médric Louis Elie Moreo de Saint-Méry, wrote a massive 2-volume work on life in Saint-Domingue in the 1780s. He described many of the features of slave life that worried slaveholders, including voodoo imported from Africa, the presence of many people of mixed race, mulattoes, the threat of slaves, becoming maroons, which are called runaways. And the intense fear among slaveholders that their slaves would try to poison them. That's why they're afraid of us today. So after the French Revolution broke out, planters looked back on pre-1789 conditions, trying to understand how slavery might have been better organized. Their observations provide yet another contemporary perspective on the plantation and slave system. So the Caribbean colonies were quick to respond to the outbreak of the revolution in 1789. So the white planters of Saint-Domingue, the white planters, sent delegates to France to demand representation at the new National Assembly in Little Spain, in Haiti, in Dominican Republic. That's what they want to make their headquarters. So they sent delegators to France to demand representation at the new National Assembly in Saint-Domingue. So as did the mulattoes. So several prominent deputies in the National Assembly, like the United Nations, the nations assembled, belonged to the Society of the Friends of Blacks, which put forth proposals for the abolition of the slave trade and the amelioration of the lot of slaves in the colonies. So when these proposals fell on deaf ears, some deputies sympathetic to blacks turned to arguing that full civil and political rights should be granted to free blacks in the colonies. So before long, radical journalists in Paris began to take up the cause of black slaves, pushing for the abolition of slavery, or at least for a more positive view of the Africans. The pioneering feminist and playwright Olympe de Gouges also wrote a pamphlet challenging the colonial pro-slavery lobby to improve the lot of the blacks lobbyists. So as the agitation in favor of granting rights to free blacks and abolishing the slave trade gathered steam, the colonies became filled with uncertainty and expectations began rising, especially among the free blacks and mulattoes. Halaluyahnu Yis-RoyAl. In response, the white planters mounted their own counterattack and even contemplated demanding independence from France. Less is known about the views of the slaves because hardly any of them could read or write, but the royal governor of Saint-Domingue expressed concern about the effects of the revolution on the colony slaves, on the blacks, the Negroes. What are they going to do to us one day because of this? Erase you from off the face of the fucking earth. Hallelujah. So in October 1789, he reported that the slaves, the Negroes considered the new revolutionary cockade. So a decoration made up of red, white, and blue ribbons by supporters of the revolution, of freedom, I guess, in a signal of the manumission of the whites. You see, red, white, and blue. And that's why I try to unite Haiti with the whites and stuff. And also, you can tell France that the people are mad at France for that and try to even gain independence from them. You see, because the whites were upset because they were trying to abolish and grant rights to the blacks. So it gathered steam and the colonies became filled with civil war, civil dispute, the North versus South type of thing. So the blacks all share an idea that struck them spontaneously, that the white slaves killed their masters and now free they govern themselves and regain possession of the land. So they were watching these whites fight against whites. Then they're like, the white slaves killed their masters and now free they govern themselves and regain possession of the land. In other words, govern yourself and regain possession of the land. So in other words, the black slaves hoped to follow in the footsteps of their white predecessors, freeing themselves, killing their masters, and taking over the land. So these are things that they were doing. So most deputies feared the effects of the loss of commerce, the loss of commodity or slaves, that would result from either the abolition of slavery or the elimination of the slave trade. And this is why their best interest is to bring it back. Now that the world accepted Satan, it's ready to be introduced and welcome to the new world. The people are more willing for it, and they are. They'd rather be against me than them. So this is the best time for Satan to make his presence. So fabulous wealth depended on slavery, like your Vatican and your queens in England or Europe. That's why they get to live royal and fabulous, because they got stolen merchandise, stolen goods, impersonators. But and as did shipbuilding, sugar refining, and a host of subsidiary industries. So slave owners and shippers like a shipment, did not intend to give up their prospects without a fight. So the United States' refusal to give up slavery or the slave trade provided added ammunition to support their position. So just a few months later, on the 22nd day of August 1791, the slaves of Saint Domingue rose up in rebellion, initiating what was to become over the next several years the first successful slave revolt in history. In response, the National Assembly, the United Nations, the nations assembled, rescinded the rights of free blacks and mulattoes on the 24th day of September 1791, like they're doing right now in our country. So prompting them once again to take up arms against the whites. So slaves burned down plantations, murdered their white masters, bosses, employers, presidents, leaders, and even attacked the towns. So fighting continued as the new Legislative Assembly, the New World Order Assembly, United Nations instead of the Nations Assembled. It replaced the National Assembly. They called it the New Legislative Assembly. It replaced the National Assembly in October 1791. This was before it's called the United Nations, UN. So considered free black rights again at the end of March 1792. Like the DRIP Act, Declaration and Rights of Indigenous People. So on the 28th day of March, the Assembly voted to reinstate the political rights of free blacks and mulattoes. So nothing was done about slavery, which means there was still slavery though during that time. So in the fall of 1792, as the revolution in mainland France began to radicalize, the French government sent 2 agents to Saint Domingue as the revolution in mainland France began to radicalize. Like today, the French government sent 2 agents to Saint Domingue, to Haiti, to take charge of the suppression of the slave revolt. So in order to gain their freedom, rebel slaves now made pacts with the British and Spanish in the area that was willing to, work with them and stuff like that. So with the British and the Spanish in the area, the British and Spanish promised freedom to those slaves or Negroes who would join their armies, like today, even though they had no intention of abolishing slavery in their own colonies. So they simply wanted to benefit from France's problems. So faced with the threat of both British and Spanish invasions aimed at taking over the colony with the aid of the rebel slaves. The French government agents abolished slavery in the colony August through October 1793. So because of the threats, they abolished slavery in these times right here in 1793. French left. This was before Napoleon. So although the National Convention, like the Hays Convention, the Hays Treaty, initially denounced this action as part of a conspiracy to aid Great Britain, the convention eventually voted to abolish slavery in all the French colonies on February 4th, 1794, 1 year after they abolished slavery in the colony. So many mulattoes opposed this move because they owned slaves themselves. The light-skinned mullets, the light-skinned people. So when after more than 2 years of rebellion, invasion, attack, and counterattack, the economy of Saint-Domingue had nearly collapsed. So thousands of whites fled to the United States or back to France. So in 1802, once he had consolidated his hold on power in mainland France, Napoleon Bonaparte re-established slavery and the slave trade in those colonies still under French control, and denied political rights to free blacks. Couldn't vote, couldn't do nothing and all that. And this is before the bigger revolution. This is before the bigger revolution. So there was always revolts and rebels. So he sent a major, and this was in 1802. He reinstated or reestablished refurbished slavery. So he sent a major expeditionary force to Saint-Domingue to enforce his will, the New World Order in the New World, Little Spain, Saint-Domingue Española, Haiti, Port-au-Prince, Juda, Yahua. So we captured Toussaint and sent him back to France, where he died in prison. So yeah, by this time Napoleon, was done. Well, actually not yet. By 1804. So around this time, Toussaint Louverture died in prison. Nevertheless, the former slaves continued their revolt, and in 1804 they established the independent Republic of Haiti. So the French army limped home after losing thousands to disease and sporadic fighting. A slave rebellion had succeeded. So the French army limped home after losing thousands to disease and sporadic fighting. A slave rebellion had succeeded. And that's why they don't want Haiti to rise right now and cause a ruckus like a tumult. Cascading waters. The voice of Hadabar, Yahuwah Al Shaddai. So Americans in the new United States followed the events in Saint-Domingue with ancient interest, since the southern states relied on thousands of slaves to work their plantations. A slave revolt in the world's richest plantation colony, Haiti, was bound to excite their concern. In addition, when white settlers began fleeing Saint-Domingue, many of them came to the United States. When white settlers fled Saint-Domingue, so it was easy to come in and out of America and Haiti. You see? So that's why little Haiti had a lot of Haitians there, Taino. So many of them came to the United States. Newspapers in the United States published letters offering eyewitnesses accounts and rumors about the uprising. The accounts in Pennsylvania Gazette are excerpted here. The Pennsylvania Gazette. So slavery in America. Alright. hold on one sec. Alright, hold on there once. So these are some of those territories. There goes California, Garifuna. Territory of Utah, that's what they used to call them. And they designed the shape like this. They did this, I believe, so they can claim their land. So these lines that you see right here is them claiming their territory. They technically divided the land and then united together on dividing it, and then causing the people that were originally there to be divided upon themselves, like Kansas in Mexico or Mexico. You see territory of New Mexico, like New York, New Jersey, New Orleans, things like that. Hold on one second, friends. So right, let's continue on. So we were in all these places that they moved us from, and as you can tell, even places underground show signs of us being there. In the Atlantis, the Atlantic. So and a lot of our people died in that ocean, by the way. That's that Great Sea right there, the Atlantic and the Mediterranean Sea. So a lot of things happened in the Indian Sea too. You can tell that there was a lot of Taino Arawaks there. So this is true black history. So slavery in America began when the first African slaves were brought to the North American colony of Jamestown, Virginia in 1619. So to aid in the production of such lucrative crops as tobacco. So we were aiding in the production of lucrative crops like tobacco. So slavery was practiced throughout the American colonies in the 17th and 18th centuries. This is in Haiti. And African American slaves helped build the economic foundations of the new nation. See? So they're using blacks. They've been doing it for a while to build what they done created today. The beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. So the invention of the cotton gin in 1793 solidified the central importance of slavery or workers to the South's economy. So by the mid-19th century, America's westward expansion, along with the growing abolition movement in the North, would provoke a great debate over slavery that would tear the nation apart in the bloody American War 1861 to 65. So the slavery in the South spread from the East South to West South. You see, while the North was against it, from the East to the West. Although they were secretly doing it here and there, though, in certain places like New York and stuff like that, and Boston. So though the Union victory freed the Connecticut, all that stuff, Jersey, New Jersey. So though the Union, or Chicago too. So though the Union victory freed the nation's 4 million slaves, the legacy of slavery continued to influence American history from the tumultuous years of Reconstruction, which we had learned about in our last video, from 1865 to 1877, to the civil rights movement that emerged in the 1960s. Civil rights movement. So a century after emancipation, Frederick Douglass Harriet Tubman. These are the faces of our people, Hebrews. I don't know who that is, but I think she's an actor or whatever. So foundations of slavery in America. So in the early 17th century, European settlers in North America European settlers, colonists, pilgrims, and in North America turned to African slaves as a cheaper, more plentiful labor source than indentured paid servants, who were mostly poorer Europeans. So after 1619, when a Dutch ship, so they were poor Europeans too, poor whites, and they were enslaved too and talked down and bashed, but not as much as us, but they were there, you know? So we can't say that the whites were not also enslaved. They were actually the first ones to be enslaved. This is almost like payback to a degree. But they've always been enslaved for the right reason, because they're evil, they're wicked, they're disgusting, and you know, and now they get to rule the world. It's their time. So after 1619, when a Dutch ship brought 20 Africans ashore at the British colony of Jamestown, Virginia, slavery spread throughout the American colonies. And by the way, they used to call that Virginia, they used to call it the Virginia Corporation. You see? So though it is impossible to give accurate figures, some historians have estimated that 6 to 7 million slaves were imported to the New World. 6 to 7 million slaves were imported to the New World during the 18th century alone, depriving the African continent, the Hebrew land continent, of some of its healthiest and ablest men and women, thus making us dumb and distraught and confused. So one of the first martyrs to the cause of American patriotism was Crispus Attuck, a former slave who was killed by British soldiers during the Boston Massacre of 1770. Some 5,000 black soldiers and sailors fought on the American side during the Revolutionary War. So one of the first martyrs to the cause of American patriotism, to American rights, was Crispus Attucks. So in the 17th and 18th centuries, black slaves worked mainly on the tobacco, rice, and indigo plantations of the southern coast. So after the American Revolution, 1775 to 1783, many colonists, particularly in the North, where slavery was relatively unimportant to the economy, began to link the oppression of black slaves to their own oppression by the British, and to call for slavery's abolition, independence from slavery period, from the banks and from Europe and the bar and the feds in the District of Columbia and the British settlers and colonists. So they wanted to declare independence from them. The blacks, the Negroes, seen that. And plus, because they were using war, they weren't the same no more. They weren't just workers no more. They had a military mindset, and a freedom-based one. And they seen how the Americans won their independence, so they wanted to do similar things to get their freedom back. You can't keep doing the same thing and expect a new result, you know? So we got that. We understood that. We had to do what they do. Pick up guns, pick up arms, pick up ammunition, and pick up a breast. Pick up some hair on your chest, and then go out there and do what you need to do. Be a man. A man. So after the war's end, however, the new United States Constitution tacitly acknowledged the institution of slavery by silence, tacitly, by silence, code noir, counting each slave as 3/5 of a person for the purposes of taxation and representation in Congress as a tax entity, and guaranteeing the right to repossess any person held to service or labor, an obvious euphemism for slavery. A euphemism for slavery. So held to service or labor, person, and you're 3/5 of a person. You're not a full person. You're just 3/5 of a person. You're lacking 2% of yourself. So importance of the cotton gin. So in the late 18th century, with the land used to grow tobacco nearly exhausted, the South faced an economic crisis, and the continued growth of slavery in America seemed in doubt. It's probably why they started to create artificial tobacco, and it's a killer and addictive, and it's not made by real plant. So around the same time, the mechanization of the textile industry in England led to a huge demand for American cotton. A southern crop whose production was unfortunately limited by the difficulty of removing the seeds from the raw cotton fibers by hand. So in 1793, a young Yankee school teacher named Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin, a simple mechanized device that effectively removed the seeds. Wow. So this is when they started to make machines now to help them do what they need to do, or felt like they need to do. So let me see. Hold on 1 second, loves. So his device was widely copied, and within a few years, the South would transition from the large-scale production of tobacco to that of cotton. A switch that reinforced the region's dependence on slave labor to create the machines and do all that, engineer. So slavery itself was never widespread in the North, though many of the region's businessmen grew rich on the slave trade and investments in southern plantations. So between 1774 and 1804, all of the northern states abolished slavery. But the so-called peculiar institution remained absolutely vital to the South. So though the United States Congress outlawed the African slave trade in 1808, the domestic trade flourished, and the slave population in the United States nearly tripled over the next 50 years. It's gonna backfire. So by 1860, it had reached nearly 4 million, with more than half living in the cotton-producing states of the South. So cotton got a history. Think about that next time you're sleeping on your pillow and mattress bed. So slaves and slaveholders, so slaves in the antebellum South constituted about 1/3 of the southern population. So most slaves lived on large farms or small plantations. Many masters owned less than 50 slaves. Slave owners sought to make their slaves completely dependent on them, and a system of restrictive codes governed life among slaves. Because then you need your slave master to eat, to drink, to poop, to marry, to have kids, to do what you want to do, to look. He had to look down, had to say yes please, yes ma'am, yes madam, and thank you, and all this stuff. They treated us like dogs, slaves, servants. So they were prohibited from learning to read and write, and their behavior and movement, psychological state of mind, was restricted. So many, and this is why you got all that crime, all these crimes in the hood and all that stuff today, because of these white people, these devils. So many masters took sexual liberties with slave women, sexual liberties day and night, getting, what they want from the women day and night without no punishment whatsoever. And they can choose some of the best looking women, some of our women with big booties, with the big breasts. You know how like the brothers like that? They got to touch all that. They got to touch all of that. And sometimes they'll bust in it too. They won't even pull out. They'll all drunk and smelly and junk, and the girl is dry, and they come right in. So the white man is dirty. And sometimes they even try to get our young little boys too. They don't look the same after they come out that house. So many masters took sexual liberties with slave women and rewarded obedient slave behavior, like if she let him get in. That's where we get prostitutes now, and our women run down by any old dog. And rewarded obedient slave behavior with favors. Here's $1, put in your panties. So while rebellious slaves were brutally punished, like me, hallelujah. So a strict hierarchy among slaves, from privileged house slaves and skilled artisans down to lowly field hands, helped keep them divided and less likely to organize against their masters. So work kept us distracted and divided. So it kept us away from communing about how to kill master again, like our ancestors were thinking. So slave marriages had no legal basis, but slaves did marry and raise large families. Most slave owners encouraged this practice, but nonetheless did not hesitate to divide families by sale or removal. So slave revolts did occur within the system. We did revolt against the Christian whites, nobly ones led by Gabriel, Passeur, and Richmond in 1800, and by Denmark Vesey and Charleston in 1822. But few were successful, like Haiti. So the slave revolt that most terrified white slaveholders was that led by Nat Turner in Southampton County, Virginia in August 1831. So Turner's group, which eventually numbered about 75 blacks, maroons, murdered some 60 whites in 2 days before armed resistance from local whites and the arrival of state militia forces overwhelmed them. Because it weren't enough. We need everyone to fight at the same time, but everyone didn't. So supporters of slavery pointed to Turner's rebellion as evidence that blacks were inherently inferior barbarians, like Trayvon Martin, requiring an institution, a program, such as slavery, even Christianity, to discipline them or cool you down, and fears of similar insurrections, like Haiti had taught, that would lead many southern states to further strengthen their slave codes, Code Noir, civil rights law, constitution, articles of confederacy, in order to limit the education, movement, and assembly of Negroes. They did not want us to be militantly well informed, survival based, and perfect too, accurate and pinpoint all the time, plot everything out well, wait for the right timing, wait for it now, leap, rah, success again and again and again. So in the North, the increased repression of Southern blacks would only fan the flames of the growing abolition movement. So rise of the abolition movement. So from the 1830s to the 1860s, a movement to abolish slavery in America gained strength in the northern United States, led by free blacks such as Frederick Douglass and white supporters such as William Lloyd Garrison, founder of the radical newspaper The Liberator, and Harriet Beecher Stowe, who published the best-selling anti-slavery novel Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1852. While many abolitionists based their activism on the belief that slaveholding was a sin, others were more inclined to the non-religious free labor argument, which held that slaveholding was regressive, inefficient, and made little economic sense. So free blacks and other anti-slavery northerners had begun helping fugitive slaves escape from southern plantations to the north via a loose network of safe houses as early as the 1780s, and they exist today still, my dear brethren. Keep your eye open for us. So this practice, known as the Underground Railroad, gained a real momentum in the 1830s, and although estimates vary widely, it may have helped anywhere from 40,000 to 100,000 slaves reach freedom. So it worked to a great degree. Harriet Tubman was part of these movements. Martin Luther King destroyed everything. He was the end of us fighting back against the whites, acting like a savior God too at the same time, without mentioning God much, and like an atheist. So the success of the Underground Railroad helped spread abolitionist feelings in the North. So it also undoubtedly increased sectional tensions, convincing pro-slavery Southerners of their Northern countrymen's determination to defeat the institution of slavery that sustained them. So they felt like it was a threat to their independence in the South. You see, like their freedom was being stripped. So the North and the South got into a very heated, serious fight. That's why the South be hating on the North, but the North don't be hating on the South. That's the reason why. That's why there's no racism up north. You don't hear much about it or hear about what's a redneck. But when you come down here to the South, you get to learn about all of that and see, like, ancient stuff down here, because this is where Negroes were brought the most, to the South. And plus that's near South America, Africa, and all that other stuff. Although some people ran into Canada as well. So, and New Mexico. Our people were there. So Western expansion, and they're still there, by the way. Don't get me not correct. So Westerners' expansion and debate over slavery in America. So America's explosive growth and its expansion westward in the first half of the 19th century would provide a larger stage for the growing conflict over slavery in America and its future limitation or expansion. So in 1820, a bitter debate over the federal government's right to restrict slavery over Missouri's application for statehood ended in a compromise. So Missouri was admitted to the Union as a slave state, Maine as a free state, sovereign state, and all western territories north of Missouri's southern border were to be free soil. So although the Missouri Compromise was designed to maintain an even balance between slave and sovereignty, it was able to help quell the forces of sectionalism only temporarily, like North Carolina versus South Carolina. Don't it sound stupid? They're both Carolina, right? Like North Korea, South Korea is stupid. Eventually Yis-RoyAl, when Yehuda was fighting, because Yehuda is the south and Israel is the north. When we got the Saharan Arabian slave masters and the West Atlantic European slave masters. and they both ganged up at some points, even enslaving one another. Arabs enslaving whites, and whites enslaving Arabs, and deporting them out of Spain, and they taking Negroes with each other, Islam and Catholics, Christian. So in 1850, another 10 U.S. compromise. Actually, Christianity was created after the sale of the Catholics. So America created Christianity, and those Americans came from Rome, from Europe. So they were eventually Catholic. So Christianity came from Americans, which came from Rome, Catholics. And Islam, you know them, they come from another section, but they hate, Negroes too. So in 1850, another 10 U.S. compromise was negotiated to resolve the question of territory won during the Mexican War. So 4 years later, 1854, however, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, Nebra, might be of Nubian, but Kansas-Nebraska Act opened all new territories to slavery by asserting the rule of popular sovereignty over congressional edict. So leading pro and anti-slavery forces to battle it out with much bloodshed in the new state of Kansas. So Arkansas, which is Arkansas, well, really it's Kansas and Nebraska. So Nebraska and Kansas. So outrage in the North over the Kansas-Nebraska Act spelled the downfall of the old Whig Party and the birth of a new all-Northern Republican Party. So the Democrats were the South probably, and the Republicans was the North. So in 1857, the Supreme Court's ruling to the Dred Scott case involving a slave who sued for his freedom on the grounds that his master had taken him into free territory, effectively repealed the Missouri Compromise by ruling that all territories were open to slavery. So the Abolitionist so that repelled the Missouri Compromise. That overthrew everything that time, because now Maine became a slave country too. So the abolitionist John Brown's raid at Harper's Ferry, Virginia in 1859 aroused sectional tensions over further executed for his crimes. Brown was hailed as a martyred hero by Northern abolitionists and a vile murderer in the South. Even Satan say we persecuting them. So Civil War and emancipation. So the South would reach the breaking point the following year when Republican candidate Abraham Lincoln was elected as president. Within 3 months, 7 southern states had seceded to form the Confederate States of America. So 4 more would follow after the Civil War, 1861 to 65. So when the Civil War began in 1861 to 1865, so though Lincoln's anti-slavery views were well established, the Central Union War aim at first was not to abolish slavery, but to preserve the United States as a nation. So abolition became a war aim only later due to military necessity, growing anti-slavery sentiment in the North, and the self-emancipation of many African Americans, Hebrew Israelites, who fled enslavement as Union troops swept through the South. So five days after the bloody Union victory at Antietam in September 1862, so Lincoln issued a preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, and on January 1st, 1863, 1 year later from the Union victory of Antietam. He made it official that slaves, Negroes, within any state or designated part of a state in rebellion shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free. That's when they made the Trading with the Enemy Act. So they put safeguards, bulwarks for themselves to protect their interests, at least, even if not ours. So by freeing some 3 million black slaves in the rebel states, the Emancipation Proclamation deprived the Confederacy of the bulk of its labor forces and put international public opinion strongly on the Union side. And on top of that, it was causing a lot of these ex-slave owners to go into debt, because now they had nobody to work their fields and their farms and all that no more, and they had to pay them. Some of them had over 50 servants. That's like having 50 workers you have to pay straight from the pocket. So they had to let them go. It broke their pocket. They couldn't afford them. And that's why they started to try to give us minimum wage and started to introduce inflation and deflation in the whole new currency system, which enslaves us, where debt is actually payment. A promise to pay is a payment. A negotiable instrument, bill of exchange. So some, you can bet the South was angry as hell and was yearning to go back to this stuff one day. So some 180, that's why you see that they're attacking those southern states like Missouri and New Orleans and Haiti the way you see it. In Brazil as well, in Rwanda and all these places. Even with the Ethiopians, Muslims hate Ethiopians. So some 186,000 black soldiers would join the Union Army by the time the war ended in 1865. So when 38,000 Negroes lost their lives for these white people, the white devil. So the total number of dead at war's end was 620,000 out of a population of some 35 million Negroes brought into this country by the white man. Oh, thank you, Jesus. So making it the costliest conflict in American history. So the legacy of slavery. So the 13th Amendment with 20 sections, adopted late in 1865, officially abolished slavery, but freed black status in the post-war South remained precarious, and significant challenges awaited during the Reconstruction period 1865 to 1877. So former slaves received the rights of citizenship and the equal protection of the Constitution in the 14th Amendment 1868, and the right to vote in the 15th Amendment in 1870. But the provisions of Constitution were often ignored or violated, and it was difficult for former slaves to gain a foothold in the post-war economy thanks to restrictive black codes, code noir, racism, prejudice, discrimination, and regressive contractual arrangements to contract, such as sharecropping. Remind me of shares in stock, dividends and brokers. So in interest. So despite seeing an unprecedented degree of black participation in American political life, Reconstruction was ultimately frustrating for African Americans, and the rebirth of white supremacy, including the rise of racist organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, had triumphed in the South by 1877. Almost, and they were hiding under the guise of Confederate. Now they put yellow fringes around their flag. So almost a century later, resistance to the lingering racism and discrimination and prejudiceness and stereotyping and generalizing and denationalizing in America that began during the slavery era would lead to the civil rights movement of the 1960s. That's what caused us to "We shall overcome" protest marches. So it led to the civil rights movement of the 1960s, which would achieve the greatest political and social gains for blacks, for Negroes, Bantus, Igbos since Reconstruction. So African slavery in America, Thomas Paine. So editor, although Paine was not the first to advocate the abolition of slavery in America, he was certainly one of the earliest and most influential. So the essay was written in 1774 and published March 8, 1775 next year, the following year. So when it appeared in the Pennsylvania Journal and the Weekly Advertiser, Halaluyahnu. So just a few weeks later, on April 14th, 1775, 1 month later, the first anti-slavery society in America was formed in Philadelphia. That's key information. The first anti-slavery society in America was formed in Philadelphia. Paine was a founding member. Hallelujah. So this is his letter to Americans, that some desperate wretches should be willing to steal and enslave men by violence and murder for gain is rather lamentable than strange. Lamentations. But that many civilized, nay, Christianized people should approve and be concerned in the savage practice is surprising. So it's surprising that these Christians were involved in this, and this is a white man saying this. So, but that many civilized, nay, Christianized people should approve and be concerned in the savage practice is surprising, and still persists, though it has been so often proved contrary to the light of nature, the whole Christian thing. And they liars, they don't do what they preach, and we're the children of Yis-RoyAl. So to every principle of justice they lied about, and humanity, and humanitarianism, and even good policy, which are never really good for us, black people, by a succession of eminent men, and several late publications. So our traders in men, they're trading men, us humans, an unnatural commodity, must know the wickedness, the blackness of the slave trade, of the Negro trade, if they attend to reasoning or the dictates of their own hearts, and such as so the dictates of their own life, of their own hearts, and such as shun and stifle all these, willfully sacrifice conscience, and the willfully sacrifice conscience and the character of integrity to that golden idol. So the managers, the trade themselves, and others testify that many of these African nations inhabit fertile countries, are industrious farmers, enjoy plenty, and lived quietly. Averse to war, before the Europeans debauched them with liquors and bribing them against one another, paying us to kill one another, black on black crime. C'est l'union qui fait la force, division fait la mort, l'amour. So, and that these inoffensive people were brought into slavery. So we weren't offensive and they brought us into slavery, Max Payne said, or whatever his name is, by stealing them like contraband. They stole us, kidnapped us, took us into custody, incarcerated us, tempting kings to sell subjects, tempting presidents to sell slaves, which they can have no right to do, and hiring one tribe to war against another tribe in order to catch prisoners. Yup, Negroes and Indians were used against Israel. So by such wicked and inhumane ways, the English are set to enslave towards 100,000 yearly. of which 30,000 are supposed to die by barbarous treatment in the first year by the barbarous ones, the Christian Catholic whites. So besides all that are slain in the unnatural ways excited to take them, so much innocent blood have the managers and supporters of this inhumane trade to answer for the common Lord, Yahuwah of all. Common Lord, common law. So many of these were not prisoners of war. So many of us were not prisoners of war. That's a fairy tale. We were nice, we were kind. And so many of these were not prisoners of war and redeemed from savage conquerors, as some plead. And they who were such prisoners, the English who promote the war for that very end, to trade blacks, are the guilty authors of their being so. So it is the white man's fault for invoking or instigating the tribal divisions in Africa. And so they caused some African people to sell African people and said things. So if they were redeemed, as it alleged, they would owe nothing to the Redeemer but what he paid for them. So they show as little reason as conscience who put the matter by with saying, men in some cases are lawfully made slaves, and why may not these? Why not whites then? So men in some cases are lawfully put to death, deprived of their goods, without their consent. So may any man therefore be treated so without any conviction of desert? Nor is this plea mended by adding, they are set forth to us as slaves, and we buy them without farther inquiry, without even asking them, hey, do you mind? Let the sellers see to it. So such men may as well join with a known band of robbers, the thieves, the white men, buy their ill-got goods and help on the trade of evil. So ignorance is no more pleadable. Ignorance of the truth is no more an excuse or cloak. In one case than the other. So the sellers plainly own how they obtain them. But none can lawfully buy without evidence that they are not concurring with men stealers, contraband, theft, unwilling slavery, without just compensation. So when as the true owner has a right to reclaim his goods that were stolen and sold, claiming our land and our territory which they have stolen. So the slave, the Negro, Israelite, Haitian, Jamaican, African American, who is proper owner of his freedom, has a right to reclaim his stuff, to reclaim it, to recoup it, to redeem it, however often sold. No matter how many times it's been sold, you have the right to redeem your stolen car, your stolen stuff, your stolen goods. So most shocking of all is all edging the sacred scriptures to favor this wicked practice. So one would have thought none but infidel cavaliers would endeavor to make them appear contrary to the plain dictates of natural light and the conscience in a matter of common justice and humanity. So infidels would endeavor to make us appear contrary to the plain dictates of natural light and naturally children of light, and the conscience in a matter of common justice and humanity, so which they cannot be. So such worthy men as referred to before judge other ways. Mr. Baxter declared the slave traders should be called devils. Exactly, rather than Christians. They weren't real true Christians, they were liars. And they made Christians look bad because they had slaves and they were Christians. So us, we think Christians enslaved us. They're all white. So this man, Mr. Baxter, these white people, They said the slave traders should be called devils. The white man says the white man should be called devils rather than Christians. And that it is a heinous crime to buy them. It is a heinous crime because we're Israelites. You can't do that to the children of Yah and not expect punishment. You should have never done what you done. You are stuck now. And you're not getting out of it. I won't allow you to get out of it. I will remember what you did forever. More than 9/11. So, but some say the practice was permitted to the Jews. To which may be replied, 1. The example of the Jews in many things may not be imitated by us. And a lot of the Jews too, and it may not be imitated by them because they're not us. And a lot of the fake Jews were involved in selling us too. Matter of fact, the fake Jews, the synagogue of Satan, is almost at the root of this whole thing. The Zionists, the Khazars, the Ashkenaz. You know what I'm saying? The whatchamacallit, not just the Zionists, the Jewish so-called people, a synagogue of Satan. They own all media and everything, and they benefit off of our toil with their bougie, watered down Kool-Aid Holocaust, when we've been Holocaust all across freaking earth, divided and splitted and ripped apart and never got one nickel. The Indians got something, and so did the fake Jews. But what did the niggers get? And plus the whites don't hate Indians, they hate blacks, which are Jews. Blacks and Jews. Judah, lions. They don't want us to be invoked. Activate. Revenge. So they had not only orders to cut off several nations altogether, but if they were obliged to war with others and conquered them, to cut off every male. They were suffered to use polygamy and divorces and other things utterly unlawful to us under clearer light. So too, the plea is in a great measure false. They had no permission to catch and enslave people who never injured them. Exactly, they breached the peace. We weren't no cause of war. 3. Such arguments ill become us since the time of Reformation came under gospel light. So all distinctions of nations and privileges of one above others are seized. No more racism and discrimination, but equity, equality, justice, and fairness. And wait. The Most High hate fake balances or false balance. So Christians are taught to account all men their neighbors and love their neighbors as themselves. That's what these white people profess. And do to all men as they would be done by. To do good to all men. And man stealing is ranked with enormous crimes. So Christian whites have broke their own law. They're in trouble. So is the barbarous enslaving our inoffensive neighbors? No, us barbarians are not enslaving their inoffensive neighbors or innocent people. We're fighting enemies. So in treating them like wild beasts subdued by force, no, we don't treat white people like that, but Moors have. Reconcilable with the divine precepts. So is this doing to them as we would desire they should do to us? No, and that's why we're coming for you. You're going into slavery, white man, and Muslims. If they could carry off and enslave some thousands of us, would we think it just? No, probably not. But we're going to do it because of what you did. You make contract. You will cease to exist. You will be blotted out from the face of existence, scratched out from the face of every generation upon generation. You will be extinct. Your time is up, Satan. White devils. So one would almost wish they could for once. It might convince more than reason or the Bible. So as much in vain, perhaps, will they search ancient history for examples of the modern slave trade. Too many nations enslaved the prisoners they took in war. That's why genealogy is going to become vain, pretty much. So, but to go to the nations with whom there is no war, who have no way provoked, without farther design of conquest, purely to catch inoffensive people like wild beasts for slaves, is in height of outrage against humanity and justice that seems left by heathen nations, the goyims, the outsiders, to be practiced by pretended Christians. So it was well known that these people were servants of Christ. Christopher Columbus, they're Christians, Christopher Columbusians. You see, Christopher Columbus is their God. This is the image of the devil right here. Jesus is Satan. And this image right here is the devil, our enemy. Esau, Isus. This is Esau, the brother of Jacob. He sold his soul, and now he mad because we got the land, the kingdom, and the tower. So how shameful are all attempts to color and excuse it? How shameful. So even this white Christian said that Christians were not doing what Christians said they were here to do. They enslaved us. And then they told us to love our enemy, but they don't love us. They don't treat us good. They don't forgive. They don't turn the other cheek. You know what I'm saying? They do everything opposite of the Bible. So you can tell that the Bible was written for us, for black people, not for white people. This is the main reason why they did not want you to read, write, or learn, or be educated, or have knowledge and understanding and comprehension like I do, so you can believe that people are either born dumb or people are born knowledgeable, and you pursue which one you want to be, instead of wanting to always knowing, to always be knowledgeable. You think that being dumb is an option. Well, I don't need to know. I don't need to know the name. I don't need to know his color. Praise Jesus. Why you praise a name you don't know then? If the name don't matter and the color don't matter, why you sit in front of a white image with a cross of wood or a statue of Mary there with all pale white skin, and you're calling on a name that you haven't even studied thoroughly in its original Hebrew, Jerusalem language? I don't care what language you speak now. It's all about the language that the people of God spoke, not the language you dogs and pigs and strangers speak now with your French and Spanish and all that junk. So no offense to my people who are stuck speaking those languages, but woe to those who are of those seeds, of those French and Spaniards and Portuguese and the Germans and the Russians and the Chinese and the Dutch and all these people who enslaved our people. Très bon, oui, oui. Oui, oui, Jésus-Christ. Hein? Ooh? Shut up. Kick you down the step right now. So as these people are not convicted of forfeiting freedom, they have still a natural, perfect right to it. And the governments wherever they come should in justice set them free and punish those who hold them in slavery. This is a white man speaking. So monstrous is the making and keeping them slaves at all, abstracted from the barbarous usage they suffer, and the many evils attending the practice, as selling husbands away from wives, children from parents, and from each other like DCF today, in violation of sacred and natural ties, killing off the indigenous people, and opening the way for adulteries, incest, and many shocking consequences, for all of which the guilty masters, the Christian Catholic, must answer to the final judge, Yahuwah Shaphat, to hell with Jesus. So if the slavery of the parents be unjust, much more is their children's slavery. If the parents were justly slaves, yet the children are born free, because the servant's not greater than his Lord, than his master. If they have persecuted dark-skinned Yahushua HaMashiach, They will also persecute his children, which is us, Ras David, the porter of Prince Yahusha Judah. So this is the natural perfect right of all mankind. So they are nothing but a just recompense. So we shall justly avenge ourselves, revenge ourselves, get just recompense to repay them according to what they paid us. It's only fair that we repay them in the same manner, form, and shape they have paid us. Debt for debt, dollar for dollar, gold for gold, silver for gold, silver. A tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye, and all vengeance is for Yah, which we are part of his body. The body of Christ, Mashiach, the church, the assembly, the branches of the true vine. Let your neck remain elongated, sticking up, and your chest remain up, and stop looking like a little punk, and a savage, and a thug, and a gangster, and a prostitute, and a whore, and a dirty, nasty bum or harlot. Y'all need to get yourself together so these nations can respect. I said respect. I said respect, my people. Let my Negroes go. So they are nothing but a just recompense to those who bring them up. They deserve what's coming, and is coming. They're gonna end up calling me the cracker. Get me my whip, my cat nine's tail whip, my Willie Lynch whip. So when as much less is commonly spent on them than others, they have a right and justice to be proportionably sooner free. Exactly. So Yah's coming to free Negroes to save us. We need salvation, not the freaking whites. What are they going through? Even though some are going through it, they better call on the name of Yah and respect his children, the Negroes, so we can probably spare some like the Israelites did with Rahab. So certainly one may, with as much reason and decency, plead for murder, robbery, lewdness, and barbarity. As for this practice, their malpractice. So they are not more contrary to the natural dictates of conscience and feeling of humanity. Nay, they are all comprehended in it. In nature. Nature tells you itself. It's all in the Bible, in the script. So, but the chief design of this paper is not to disprove it, which many have sufficiently done, but to entreat Americans to consider. So with what consistency or decency they complain so loudly of attempts to enslave them, while they hold so many hundred thousands of Hebrew Israelites in slavery, many hundred thousands, like Yahusha's coming with tens upon 10,000s of angels from his throne, from his kingdom, from the sky, from outer space, or whatever's about to happen, or through us, and annually enslave many thousands more without any pretense of authority or claim upon them. So too, how suitable to our crime, to the Christians' crime, them criminals, is the punishment with which providence threatens us. We have enslaved multitudes and shed much innocent blood. In doing it, they broke the covenant, thou shalt not kill, and now are threatened with the shame, recompense. And while other evils are confessed, like this white man's confessing, and bewailed, why not this especially in publicity? Than which no other vice, if all others have brought so much guilt on the land. What other vice have brought such guilt to the white people's blushing face? Huh, Jesus Christ? Why you turning red? Why your nose growing long, Pinocchio? You done stuck your nose in the wrong matter, that's what. You done fell into some black lives that do matter. So 3. Whether then all ought not immediately to discontinue and renounce slavery with grief and abhorrence? So whether then All ought not immediately to discontinue and renounce it with grief and abhorrence to abhor it? Should not every society bear testimony against slavery and account obstinate persisters in it bad men, like the police, the cops, the sheriffs? Enemies to their country. They are enemies to us. They're supposed to protect and serve us, not the threats of the country. Country comes first, even before boss and people. And exclude them from fellowship. They're not part of our brotherhood, as they often do for much lesser faults, right? So 4. The great question may be, what should be done with those who are enslaved already? To turn the old and infirm free would be injustice and cruelty. They who enjoyed the labors of their better days should keep and treat them humanely. As to the rest, let prudent men, with the assistance of legislators, determine what is practicable for masters, for employers, and best for them. Perhaps some could give them lands upon reasonable rent, some employing them in their labor still, and their jobs might give them some reasonable allowances for it, so as all may have some property and fruit of their labors at their own disposal, and be encouraged to industry. The family may live together and enjoy the natural satisfaction of exercising relative affections and duties, with civil protection and other advantages like fellow Christian white men. The Christians are not better than us. That's why Christians think that they took the place of Israel, because they try to kill us and stop us from being a nation. Psalms 83. So perhaps they might sometime form useful barrier settlements on the frontiers. Thus they may become interested in the public welfare and assist in promoting it, instead of being dangerous as now they are, should any enemy promise them a better condition. So 5. So no enemy can give us a better condition. You see? So stop waiting. Pick up your guns, pick up your arms, your ammunition, and let's fight. I said fight. Get up. 5. The past treatment of Africans must naturally fill them with abhorrences of Christians. It really does. Fuck Christians. So it led them to think our religion, their religion, you see, they got it right, led them to think that our religion, Christian, would make them more inhumane savages if they embraced it. So thus the gain of that trade has been pursued in oppositions of the Redeemer's cause and the happiness of men. Are we not therefore bound in duty to him and to them to repair these injuries and damages as far as possible, from the nape to the root? By taking some proper measure, proper procedure, proper actions to instruct not only the slaves here, the Negroes here, but the Africans, the Israelites in their own countries. Primitive Christians labored always to spread the divine religion through missionaries. And this is equally our duty while there is in heathen nation. While there is in heathen nation, they're a heathen nation, the Goyims. But what singular obligations are we under to these injured people? These are the sentiments of justice and humanity. And that was by Paine, Max Paine, one of the revolutionaries in America. So there were whites fighting for us, man. So when I say I hate whites, I'm not talking about everybody, man. And I understand the words of generalization. Don't put yourself in it then. You know? I'm talking about a particular group of spoiled, rotten berries. Actually, they're not even berries yet. Rotten seeds that can't even gain root. Can't even sprout. can't even found a foundation and a source of who they are, which came from a constructive, positive, building energy, love. They don't know what that is. So love does exist. Christians didn't bring that idea. Love always been in us, and we used to exhibit it a lot. We used to be mankind. Now we're man hateful. That's why they make songs about haters. The same one talking about haters this, haters that, or haters. Don't y'all recognize that? Real recognize real things. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of them too are haters. They don't love. They don't know what love is. They only know how to be a step on, which is what the white man taught him to do during his servile years as a worker for no pay. Now we workers for pay. We don't want to lose that good old job now, eh? Hey, nigger? Huh? Yeah, that's how they look at us still, nigger. Wake up. Join with your people. Reunite. Understand that we're not these bywords and proverbs. Not even Haitian, Jamaican, or African American. We're Israelites or we're Hamites. I don't know where you from, but I know what's in my spirit. Israelite blood. I'm not no damn Muslim. Never had one Muslim in my family line ever. We're so-called Christian Hebrews, or so-called Hebrews that think they're Christian. Either way, we don't get into that Islam junk. Never did. Only Catholic and Christian, you see? And truthfully, us blacks who think we're part of those religions which aren't ours are truly Israelite. But we feel a yearning to meet our creator and believe that the white man will give it to us through his book. But really, the white man is just giving us our book back to us as if it was his to begin with. Spirituality did not begin at the Nicene Council. The council and the meeting and assembly to discredit spirituality began in Nicaea Council. To discredit spirituality. That's what they created. They created the first church to discredit spirituality, and created synagogues of Satans to discredit spirituality. And they all got a form of image they worship to, which is signs of lack of spirituality. They're in enmity with spirit, you see, because they're carnal. They have no understanding. They're materialistic. They're pros of the field. Warriors are on the field like you saw. Hunters, killers. They're good at that. They got their war game on point. But we're philosophical, poetic, speakers, actors, linguistics, literature. You know, we're into science. We're into studying stuff. These people are into smashing stuff. Hulk go smash. You know what I'm saying? That's all they want to do is just see things blow up like, ooh, you know, Tommy Boy type of people, and freaking G.I. Joe type of boys, you know? We're going in! Like full with that war field voice. What I told you, soldiers! Yes, sir! You know, like they put that evil Martian war mentality in you. War, Mar, WM. Just flip it upside down, you know what I'm talking about. These niggas ain't from Earth. So Haiti. So Haiti is a country with a number of notable attributes, some good and some bad. It is the first republic of people of African descent and the second oldest nation in the Americas, the first being the United States of America to build its own republic. République de Haïti. C'est l'union qui fait la force. Mais dit force. So it shares another attribute with the United States, the only two countries which were not able to abolish slavery without extensive bloodshed of civil war, where Haiti and the United States. So the United States and Haiti share the record for the extremes of per capita income. So the United States has the highest per capita income in the Americas, and Haiti has the lowest. Wow. So you can tell the United States used a lot of Haitians. They drained Haiti. They took everything, brought it into America and other places. So while Haiti's independence as a nation started with the slave rebellion, the notion that this was a straight black versus white affair is wrong. So Haiti's struggle for independence was a much more complex affair. In addition to black and white ethnic groups, there was a class of mulattoes, who were important in business and as landowners. So they were involved too, the light-skinned people. Some were for us, some were against us. Some whites were for us, some whites were against us. Some blacks were for us, some blacks were house niggers. They were against us. Like you see house niggers like domestic dogs nowadays that cannot bark. Bark for God's sake, man. We're in threat. There's an intruder in the gate. Bark. How? Where are you? Where's the teeth on the gator? Where's the roar in the lion's throat? You know what I'm saying? The monkey forgets he eats bananas? Come on, wake up, y'all. Dogs can't be cats and cats cannot be dogs. So in addition to black and white ethnic groups, there was a class of mulattoes who were important in business and as landowners. So also within the ethnic groups, there was some division between supporters of monarchy and of republicanism. And to add, hold on. All right. So, and to add to the complication there was the role of the Hispanic little Spaniard people who shared the island of Hispaniola, which Christopher Columbus called, which is Little Spain, with Haiti. So the Spanish is still in Dominican Republic, the Republic of Little Spain, the headquarters of the New World Order in Haiti, the foundation of life, Ras David. We're going to destroy this Goliath. I'm telling you, Behemoth and Leviathan are going to be crushed by the great Most High's mighty power, His word, Hadabarya, the truth. May there be light in your life. The Comforter is the truth. May be with us and in us and comfort us, that we will make it through. We shall overcome by the help and grace of Yahuwah Elohim Shaddai, greater than man, creator of man, heaven and earth. He said, man, let man have dominion. That means let man have freedom, free will, choice. That was the whole point of this whole thing. And I choose Yah. It doesn't mean that death won't come. It means that I contract with that with it. It comes with the territory. You want freedom? You're going to have to live, fight, and die for freedom. Other than that, go stick your damn self in a box and go hide and let them gun down your house and you don't ever do anything and wait for Zeus and his piece of wood to come down from who knows when and stuff to save you. I hope you got a couple of years to wait while your house is getting shot down now by bullets going 1,000 miles per hour. The only weapons formed that won't prosper against Israel is the lies, because the lie is a weapon and it shall not prosper. And y'all who don't know the truth, it will prosper over you. Your house will be rifled down in less than a second and you won't have truthful guns and bullets to fight and protect yourself. This is what the white man fears, is black men with guns, niggas with attitude. So the full story will be told later. So first, it is necessary to cover the origin of a French colony on the island of Santo Domingo, Hispaniola, Quisqueya, Bohio. So early history. So in 1492, Christopher Columbus, on his first voyage to the Americas in 1492, and he called America Haiti, the Americas. So established a Spanish settlement called Navidad on the north coast of the island of Haiti, Hispaniola, in what is now called Haiti or Haiti. So Christopher Columbus took his first voyage to the Americas. And where did he go into the Americas? Brazil, Cuba, Puerto Rico, North America? No, Haiti. So his paperwork, his documents, everything led up to Haiti. These people never really even set foot on the ocean before, and they followed some map or something in the Bible or in the books, and it led to Haiti being the place. And that's when Christopher Columbus seen it. He's like, yes, this is the place. I'm gonna call this little Spain, New Spain, Hispaniola. You see? So that settlement was destroyed by the natives, by the Tainos, not Negroes. But Columbus on a later voyage established Isabella farther to the east of the north coast. So that's where they came in. North coast. Farther to the east of the north coast. That's why east Española is Haiti, or whatchamacallit. Actually, it might be Dominican Republic, but one of the two is in the east. So the Spanish colony called Santo Domingo became a staging point for later expeditions. So the Spanish colony called Santo Domingo became a staging point for later expeditions and provided supplies for the conquistadors in Mexico and elsewhere, because the Spanish were in Mexico too. They took the Indians out and took Africans in and then made it with them there. So everyone's like mutts right now, man, mixed. So the first administrators for San Domingo was a brother of Christopher Columbus. So the first administrator for Santo Domingo was a brother of Christopher Columbus. So Spaniards were given estates on the island and the right to compel the labor of the native Taino, Carib, Arawak tribes, Garifuna. So the Cherokees and things like that, and Washita. Well, those the Washita Moors, they got a whole bunch of this stuff, but yeah. So the native population very nearly disappeared during the first half of the 16th century. And she got fringes on. These look like natives right here. So the native population very nearly disappeared during the first half of the 16th century as a result of epidemics and enslavement and disease, stress. So as a consequence, the disappearance of the native population did not disappear though. They disappeared in the population of Hispaniola, even is in the Hispanic Dominican Republic is not mestizo, as is the case in much of Latin America. So as a consequence, the disappearance of the native population, the population of Hispaniola, even in the Hispanic Dominican Republic, is not mestizo, mix, as is the case in much of Latin America. So after the conquest of Mexico and the establishment of New Spain, so the Spanish people were conquering Mexico, and the establishment of New Spain, Santo Domingo lost its status as an administrative center, and its economy lacked dynamism. So by the end of the 16th century, Spain was losing control of the seas to French, Dutch, and British forces. Dutch master, you're master of the Dutches, eh? So pirates preyed upon weak colonies such as those of Santo Domingo. By the middle of the 17th century, French settlers occupied an island of Tortuga, off the north coast of Hispaniola, and later French Huguenots began to settle the north coast of what is now called Haiti. So it went through all these name changes. It was first Haiti, it is still Haiti. Haiti is the only country that's still called by its original native Indian name, West Indies. which is Taino, Arawak, Garifuna, Maroons, and things like that. I'm not going to talk about the mulattoes much. They were enemies technically. Mutts. No bastard shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, Yah said. Remain pure blood, Israelite, Israel. So I'm still black. They didn't mate with all of us, eh? They couldn't. Plus, some of our ancestors had fled and escaped slavery and oppression and multiplied successfully for many years. So by 1700, the Spanish king had relinquished control of the western part of Hispaniola to the French, Haiti's in the west. So the Spanish started building their places in the east, in Dominican Republic. So the French settlement was at first known as Saint-Domingue. So Saint-Domingue. The French called it Saint-Domingue or Saint-Domingue or Saint-Domingue. But later the name Haiti was adopted based on the native name for the area, which meant mountainous. So during the 18th century, the French colony grew and prospered. By the time of the French Revolution, Haiti was producing more than half of all the coffee produced in the world, and Haiti was producing 40% of the sugar for France and Britain, and accounted for 40% of France's foreign trade at a time when France was the dominant economy of Europe. So the prosperity of the French colony was based upon slavery. By the time of the French Revolution, the population of slaves in Haiti was somewhere between 500 and 700,000. Most were slaves imported from Africa, predominantly from the West Central African region of Dahomey, because they were selling a lot of people there, selling black. So the hard labor of the plantations, along with the epidemics endemic to the tropics, kept the mortality rate high, necessitating continuing importation of slaves from Africa. So a lot of blood was being spilled for no reason, insanely. So the origin of the slaves in Dahomey left its effect on the culture of Haiti, particularly in the religion known as Voodoo. So the century of domination of white slaveholders over the African women produces subpopulation of mulattoes. So the mulattoes, being offspring of the white elite, were given special privileges that led to mulattoes accumulating land and some wealth, them rich light-skinned, white-skinned Haitians. So the mulattoes definitely were below the white elite in social status, but they were definitely above the pure African slaves, pure blood Hebrews. So during the 18th century, communities of escaped slaves developed in the mountain wildernesses. These people were called Maroons from the Spanish word cimarron for wild. So there were Maroons in Haiti too, like in Jamaica and Barbados and Trinidad and all over the freaking US. They were everywhere. They were rebels. So these Maroon communities carried out wars against the slave plantations. Yes, they did. Halaluyahnu. So one war in 1751 to 1757 resulted in the deaths of 6,000. The French were able to put down these wars, but not able to wipe out the threat from the Maroons. The Maroons acquired military experience for this period of guerrilla warfare. So mulattoes of the cities acquired military experience while serving in the French units suppressing the warfare of the Maroons. So some mulattoes gained military experience fighting on the side of the revolutionaries in the battle for independence of the British colonies, the American Revolution. That's what I said too. So the mulattoes had a self-interest in preserving slavery in the colony, but they wanted their legal and social status made equal to that of the whites, the light-skinned people. So they're not of us. They ain't got us in them really. So the French Revolution leads to a rebellion in Haiti. So the rebellion of Haiti was not a simple black versus white affair. Instead of the political matrix was as follows. So racial ethnic group, royalists, Republican. You had black royalists and black Republican. You always had a mulatto Republican. And you had white royalists and white Republicans. So the political changes taking place in France at the time of the French Revolution brought change for the colonies. So the National Assembly, the United Nations, decreed that the mulattoes of the colonies who owned land and paid taxes would have the rights of citizens, including the right to vote. The colonial administrators in Haiti refused to grant those rights to mulattoes, and the mulattoes rebelled in 1790. So the French put down the mulatto rebellion using black volunteers. Look at that, making us fight our own people. So in 1791, a clique of black leaders, including some Maroons, initiated a slave rebellion. Along the north coast, the slaves massacred all the whites they encountered. But the whites of the city of Cap Francois were able to defeat the slave rebels. So the death toll was 10,000 blacks and 2,000 whites. So 1,000 plantations had been destroyed in the uprising. Their businesses, their corporations, all that. Windows bust open, everything. You know what I'm saying? And always remember Guadeloupe and Martinique. So after the defeat of the slave rebellion in the north, there was a separate rebellion of mulattoes in the west and south. In the south, the white administrators again used black troops to put down the mulatto rebellion. So the National Assembly in France demanded the colony grant equal rights to the mulattoes. Now a division developed within the whites of Haiti between those who accepted the commands of the revolutionaries in Paris and those who rejected them. So political chaos in the various regions of Haiti, where in some places black slaves fought white masters and others mulattoes fought white administrators, and in still some others black royalists fought white Republicans and mulatto Republicans. So it was a little confusing because you had a couple of people fighting. Political chaos indeed. So some leaders emerged from the chaos. The background of one of the leaders is of interest. François Dominique Toussaint Louverture was a black slave of a family which trained him as a house servant and provided him with an education. He was one of the very few black Haitian leaders who could read and write. When Toussaint heard of the slave rebellion, he arranged for the evacuation of his master's family from Haiti. He then joined the rebellion. Hallelujah. Like Moses. François Dominique Toussaint Louverture. So in April of 1793, Republican French forces, with the aid of thousands of blacks, defeated the white royalist forces at Cap Francois. So the black recruits to the Republican cause were promised their freedom. In August of 1793, the Republican French administrator of Haiti abolished slavery. So 3 black rebellion leaders chose not to ally themselves with the Republican French administrators of Haiti, and instead committed themselves to the representatives of the Spanish king and Santo Domingo. So the Spanish authorities provided supplies for 2 separate armies led by black Haitians, one of whom was Toussaint. So it is believed that Spain and Britain had agreed to divide Haiti between them. So Britain landed troops at Mole Saint Nicolas, near the tip of the northern peninsula, and at Jeremy, near the tip of the southern peninsula. So they then moved east to attack the city, which is now called Port-au-Prince, and captured it in June of 1794. So Britain landed troops at Mole Saint Nicolas, near the tip of the northern peninsula, and at Jeremy, near the tip of the southern peninsula. So near the tip of the northern and southern peninsula. So they then moved east to attack the city, which is now called Port-au-Prince, and captured it in June of 1794. So disease incapacitated the British troops, and mulatto forces stopped the foreign troops, saving Haiti for Republican France for the time being. So Toussaint, the black leader who had allied himself with royalist Spain, decided to switch sides. The deciding factor was that Republican French authorities had abolished slavery. But Spain, although it had promised to abolish slavery, had not done so in the territory it had captured. So in July of 1794, France and Spain signed the Treaty of Ryswick, which required the Spanish to turn over the western part of its holding on the island of Hispaniola to France. So this meant that Spain could no longer provide supplies or refuge to the black royalist troops fighting in Haiti. So they were royalists. So those troops then disbanded and joined Toussaint. In 1795, under the Treaty of Basel, Spain ceded the rest of its holdings on Hispaniola to France. The Treaty of Basel, Spain. So in 1796, mulatto forces were attempting to depose the French commander of Republican troops, and Toussaint came to his rescue. So in gratitude, that commander made Toussaint the lieutenant governor of Haiti. So that's how that happened. So later French commissioners made Toussaint the commander of all French forces in Haiti. Toussaint then consolidated his power by bringing one commander of mulatto forces, Rigaud, into an alliance and negotiated a truce with the invading British forces. So he subsequently expelled the French commissioner. When Rigaud's forces clashed with Toussaint's forces, they were defeated, in part with supplies provided by the United States. So in the 1800s, Rigaud left Haiti, leaving Toussaint in undisputed control of Haiti and the rest of Hispaniola, and ate like an emperor of East and West. So in 1801, a new constitution made Toussaint governor general for life. So in 1802, Napoleon Bonaparte sent 16 to 20,000 troops under the command of his brother-in-law to take control away from Toussaint. So these forces, with the aid of white and mulatto forces, wore down Toussaint's army, and 2 of his lieutenants, along with their troops, switched sides. So this was challenging for us. Everything was uncertain during that time, like today. The war haven't even begun yet. So Toussaint surrendered and was later taken to France, where he was imprisoned and finally died. So when Napoleon restored slavery on the Caribbean island of Martinique, Haitians, so Caribs used to live there, Haitian leaders again rebelled against the French. War between Britain and France again broke out. Between Britain and France. To raise funds, Napoleon sold Louisiana to the United States. This meant that Haiti no longer had the strategic importance to France that it once had, and Napoleon no longer wanted to use military resources to suppress the rebellion. He had no control anymore. He lost control. He had to withdraw, get out. So the commander of the French forces in Haiti fled to Jamaica, leaving Haiti in the control of the black general Jean-Jacques Dessalines, a former field slave. This had never ever occurred before. We became an owner of the territory we were sent to. So Haiti is nothing but a place of refuge and anti-slavery for all blacks till today. So among the troops Napoleon sent to Haiti was a regiment of Polish troops. So when Napoleon forces failed to gain control of Haiti, the Polish troops, rather than returning to Europe, settled in Haiti, took Haitian wives and raised families. So their descendants still live in Haiti and maintain their Polish identification. Some have blue eyes. Wow. I've seen that before. So Haitian independence. So on January 1st, 1804, Haiti declared independence from France. In 1805, Dessalines declared himself Emperor of Haiti. So Emperor Dessalines tried to create a court, but his efforts were the subject of ridicule by the more educated mulattoes. So he did not, however, give titles, taking the position that only he could be royal. So Dessalines tried to establish ties between the black and mulatto leadership by encouraging marriages. The major mulatto military leader Alexander Pétion refused the offer of marriage to a daughter of Dessalines. So Dessalines failed in other matters as well. He tried to revive production by forced labor on the plantations but failed. He also tried to secure control of the Spanish eastern side of the island, but that too failed. Dessalines was ultimately assassinated, probably upon the orders of one or more of the mulatto leaders. Yeah, he looked like my dad almost, man, on some real stuff. So the partition of Haiti. So after the death of Dessalines, there were two strong contenders for rule in Haiti, Henry Christophe and Alexander Pétion. So the mulatto elite created a constituent assembly to form a government, a republic. So the elite selected Henry Christophe, a black general, to be president, and Alexander Pétion to head the legislature. So the selection of Christophe was a case of the elite attempting to support stand-in black leaders who would follow the dictates of the elite. This was called the politique des doubleurs. Des doubleurs. 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 Les politiques des doubleurs. So to double them, bifurcate it, split it into two, like Democrat and Republic, and eventually unite them without the people choosing one or the other knowing ever. Like wrestlers fighting each other on television but are best friends in the back. Hey, let's go out for a beer now. Yeah. Stone Cold Steve Austin, huh? The Rock, all that. And that's blasphemy. So Christophe had no intention of being a puppet president. He raised an army and marched on Port-au-Prince, but could not take the city, which was commanded by Pétion, who had the artillery that Christophe lacked. So Christophe marched north and captured Cap Haïtien. Christophe declared himself King Henry I of Haiti and renamed Cap Haïtien Cap Henry, King Henry I. So we brought in warriors from Dahomey in Central Africa to serve as his elite guard from Dahomey, Benin. So in the south, Alexandre Pétion was made president for life of the Republic of Haiti with the capital at Port-au-Prince. That's where the White House is at. That's where my family is at right now. So Christophe made an effort to revive the export economy of Haiti. The plantations were kept intact under state ownership, and the freed plantation slaves could not leave their plantations. Working conditions were easier than they were under slavery, and the plantation workers got 1/4 of the crop for remuneration. So King Henry tried to create a royal aristocracy by giving out titles. Some were amusing, such as the Count of Marmalade, the Count of Marmalade. He also, at great cost in human lives, 10 to 20,000, built a palace for himself, Sun Souci, and a citadel, La Ferrière, Sun Souci. He built a palace for himself, King Henry I, King Henry, which you call Henry Christophe. And this is what it looked like. This is pictures. This is our ancient places. Wow. So King Henry's rule was severe, but as export production improved, standards of living in his kingdom improved as well. So in Pétion's republic in the south, conditions took a far different direction. Pétion, who became president for life in the Republic, believed in the ideas and policies of the French Revolution. He distributed state-owned land in small parcels to create a society of free yeoman farmers. So the land was given free to his soldiers and sold at low cost to others. The small farmers of the Republic tended to produce for their own subsistence and not the crops for export such as sugarcane, cane. The small farmers did produce coffee for a cash crop, but not in sufficient quantity to generate export earnings to pay for imports. So without sugarcane production on the south, the sugar mills and other subsidiary enterprises had to close, thus depressing the economy, because sugar was one of their biggest source of economic resource, of money, of trade, of barter. So the country study for Haiti summed up the situation as follows. In the south, the average Haitian was an isolated, poor, free, and relatively content yeoman, a farmer. In the north, the average Haitian was a resentful but comparatively prosperous laborer. So the partition of Haiti produced an accidental comparative test of different economic institutions and policies. So Alexandre Pétion was widely respected and honored. He provided refuge and assistance to Simon Bolivar. Yup, this was great. Which enabled Bolivar to recover from defeat at the hands of the Spanish and go on to win independence for Hispanic South America. Simon and Levi. So when Pétion died in 1818, King Henry attempted a reconciliation of the two Haitis. of the two Ahitis, but the Republicans of the South did not want rule by an aristocrat. Later, which mean autocracy, self-sovereignty, dominion, the abolition of slavery, the disassemblement of slavery. So later, King Henry Christophe suffered a stroke and realized that he would lose control in his kingdom. He knew he could expect very harsh treatment from his subjects, so he committed suicide. Wow. So the Republic had selected an aide of Pétion to govern, General Jean-Pierre Boyer. This is where it starts going to hell. So when King Henry committed suicide in 1820, Boyer led an army to the north to capture Cap Haïtien and reunite Haiti. So in 1822, Jean-Pierre Boyer, conquered the Spanish parts of Hispaniola, thus bringing all the Hispaniola under control from Port-au-Prince, the headquarters of Haiti and Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. So Haitian control of Santo Domingo continued until 1844. They said we had 200 years of peace. So under Boyer, the economy of Haiti stagnated. He made matters worse by making a large payment to the government of France to secure final acceptance of Haitian independence. He didn't need to do that. So the fiscal hardships associated with that payment made economic conditions for Haiti even worse. So they didn't know how to balance their accounting books. So in 1843, open rebellion broke out against Boyer, charging him with corruption and dictatorial rule. When his army began to defect to the side of the rebels, Boyer fled to Jamaica. So we were close family with that place at that time, Jamaicans. So the competition between blacks and mulattoes for political control in Haiti continued throughout the rest of the 19th century and into the 20th century. So the politique des doubleurs made it complicated to determine exactly who was in control. So the two bifurcated political parties were the National Party, controlled by blacks, and the Liberal Party, controlled by mulattoes of the cities. So Hispanic nationalist forces gained control in Santo Domingo in 1844. And in the 1860s, Spain again came into control of the eastern 2/3 of Hispaniola, which are going to hell, the 2/3. So the Dominican Republic don't belong to Spain, but they declared their independence there, a illegitimate republic, and all this stuff existing in Hispaniola, Quisqueya, Bohio. So in 1915, General Guillaume Sam gained the presidency and had 167 political prisoners executed. An outraged mob in Port-au-Prince sought President Sam, who fled to the French embassy. You backstabber. The mob took Sam from the embassy and tore him apart and paraded through the streets, displaying the parts of Sam. Hallelujah. You killed 167 political prisoners? What? The complete breakdown in law and order was used as a justification for the occupation of Haiti by United States troops. Now America wanted to come in and get involved. Oh, we got to secure things over there. You know, the rebels are going crazy over there, and we got to stop the barbarians and the bandits and their voodoo. They do black magic and they eat people. You know, they're strangers and Gentiles in the Bible, and so they use all that to go into Haiti, like they're doing today. So in addition to ending the bloodshed in Haiti, the United States occupation was probably influenced by the fear that German businessmen might be gaining political control of Haiti which would threaten United States interests in the Caribbean and access to the Panama Canal. So from 1915 to 1934, American administrators ran the government of Haiti. American administrators ran the government of Haiti till today, a silent killer. So during the occupation, a considerable amount of infrastructures were put in place. So aux États-Unis, mettez base en Haïti. They commencé à faire Haïti Kylie. They started to make Haiti their base. So American forces left Haiti in 1934. So but they already had their bases set in the embassy. Clinton and what's her name, man? Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. So Rafael Trujillo Molina, the commander of the army in the Dominican Republic, came into control of the Dominican Republic about 1930. So he had ambitions of controlling all of the island of Hispaniola and developed agents in Haiti to work toward that end. So agents sent into Haiti infiltration. So soon the politics of Haiti had not only had the competition between the black and mulatto political factions, but Trujillo's agents were active. And these Malatus are the so-called Dominicans and Spanish people on all the lands right now. They're a mix of the white people. So them light-skinned people in our land are not technically our people, but they got pieces of our people in them. They've been infested with white disease. So in 1957, a medical doctor, Francois Duvalier, won a free and open election for the presidency. Although Duvalier was the legitimate winner of the election, once in office he had no scruples about the use of power and force to continue in office. Duvalier ruled Haiti from 1957 to 1971. He created a network of executioners throughout the Haitian countryside called the Tonton Macoutes. Tonton Macoutes. Francois Duvalier. It estimated that 30,000 Haitians were killed for opposition to his rule during that period. Very bad president. Very bad. So when Francois Duvalier died in 1957, burned in hell, the Duvalier political machine put his son Jean-Claude Duvalier in charge. The son did not have the taste for ruling that his father had, but Jean-Claude did have a taste for luxury that had to be fed by corruption and theft. So the regime of the Duvaliers had been characterized as kleptocracies, so kleptocracies, ruled by thieves, stealing from their own people. Jean-Claude's rule lasted from 1971 to 1986, all ran by blacks over and over. This wasn't occurring most places at those times. So the economic history of Haiti. So compared to the political history, the economic history of Haiti is relatively simple. The original economic basis for the Spanish colonies of Hispaniola was sugar plantations. The French continued the sugar economy and introduced coffee and tobacco and cotton. So there were other plantation crops grown, such as cotton and cocoa for chocolate, but it was sugar and coffee that were the most important. Sugar and coffee. Café avec pain, azabuka, lait. So under the French plantation system, based upon slave labor, Haiti was an enormously profitable operation, very wealthy, very abundant. So the Haitian sugar economy was in competition with the northeast region of Brazil, which previously had been the major source of sugar for Europe. So the French sugar and coffee operations in Haiti were so productive that its exports to Europe were comparable and perhaps exceeded the total exports of British North American colonies. More than America. So after the battles, the United States of America is really the United States of the Americas, the New World Order in the Americas, or of the Americas. So after the battles associated with independence, there was some attempts to retain the large-scale plantation agriculture of the colonial period, but that effort was doomed. So land was distributed into small-scale farms, but these units devoted only a fraction of their resources to growing export crops like sugar and coffee. Sucre avec café. So often the output is consumed domestically and there are no exports of sugar or coffee. So in later part of the 20th century, tourism became an important element of the economic base of Haiti. But the political instability in the public's association of Haiti with AIDS severely crippled the Haitian tourism industry. So you're cutting our money by slandering us and defaming us. So in recent decades, the low wage rates of Haiti have attracted manufacturing assembly operations. So Haiti is one of the few countries that has pay scales low enough to compete with China. So the development of manufacturing assembly operations in Haiti was helped greatly by changes in the tariff rules that allowed Haitian operations to function much like the maquilidoras of the United States-Mexican border areas, where the products assembled from material from United States sources could re-enter the United States without duties being charged. That's called tariff rules of tariff. I was learning about that in business school. So the earthquake of January 12, 2010 and its after effects. So Haiti is a nation of 9 million people, 80% of whom are living on the thin edge of survival. The 7.0 earthquake of January 12, 2010 not only killed about 100,000 people outright, but put millions at risk of death from lack of water, lack of food, lack of medicine, and lack of shelter. And on top of that, rapes and all that other stuff. And the Red Cross did not donate to Haiti the money that was being donated to it. They extorted it from them, embezzled it from them, committed larceny. You see what I'm saying? Racketeering, which was a form of human abuse and a sign of human trafficking and slavery still present in today Haiti. That was very evident. And we all got the message now, you white goyims. And we coming. We are coming. Be ready. May all the spirits of the ancestors be invoked in all the Haitians today. And all the Haitians and African Americans that have been put down and their ancestors raped and beaten. May the spirits of our ancestors be with us today, that we remember to kill the white man. So it also unleashed social turmoil that will exact its own toll. So the island of Hispaniola is seismically active. Seismically active. So the island of Hispaniola is seismically active. It is located above where the North American tectonic plate meets the Caribbean plate. Wow, the North American tectonic plate meets the Caribbean plate. So it branched off of it. So the two plates slide laterally about 2 centimeters per year, which is about the same activity as long as the San Andreas Fault in California. So this makes Hispaniola about as seismically active as California. So major earthquakes struck in 1751 and 1770. In the 19th century, there was a major quake in 1842. In 1946, an 8.0 quake struck Hispaniola in 1946. But those earthquakes did not take human life to the extent that the 2010 has, because they were not centered near major cities like New York, Boston, New Jersey. So the 1946 was an 8.0 earthquake, but its death toll was less than 2,000. A major tragedy at the time, but minor compared to the 100,000 death toll of the 2000 quake. Ain't that something? So the general So the general public are conditioned to interpreting the significance of an earthquake by its magnitude measure, but the effect depends not only on its magnitude, but on the distance from the epicenter. So a quake that is twice as far away has only 1/4 of the effect. The distance depends not only on the horizontal distance, but the vertical distance as well. For example, the epicenter of the January 12, 2010 quake was 16 miles away from Port-au-Prince horizontally and 8 miles below the surface. So that makes the distance from the epicenter to Port-au-Prince about 18 miles straight line distance, crack open. So because of Haiti's layout in two peninsulas, the Haitians in the northern peninsula may have felt the quake, but they were not much affected by it. Likewise, the Haitians at the end of the southern peninsula, away from Port-au-Prince, were also little affected. So the government and industry were destroyed in the region of Port-au-Prince, and it will be a long time before the economy can function again. That's why they send in the US to pretend they're recovering it and helping them up. So for the people now desperately trying to survive, that is of little concern. Some have fled to the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republican, however, do not want a mass migration of Haitians to their country. So the army of the Dominican Republic will be heavily controlling the border. They were already ready for this. So the government of they're working with America. So the government of the country of Senegal in Africa has offered to admit Haitian migrants. So for many Haitians, the major goal for the foreseeable future will be migration. So Haiti is relatively densely populated, now with about 800 people per square mile. So this is double what it was in 1970 and triple what it was in 1950. The population density of Cuba is only about 250 people per square mile. For Mexico, it is 140, and for Nicaragua, 115. For Venezuela, it is 81. Even the Dominican Republic seems crowded at 540 people compared to Haiti. That thing is crammed. And the high population of blacks, of Negroes, of Israelites are there. Non-mulattoes. Mulattoes. So half of the population of Haiti are under the age of 21. And there are not many old people by comparison. This is going to make for a highly mobile population for the immediate future. A mobile population, highly mobile. They're trying to move us out of Haiti and take the freaking land. Is what? Through forge and force elements. Weather machine modification. So in other words, many young people wanting desperately to find a different place to live. Wow, that's crazy. So let me see where we're at right now. Wow, we're getting really far. Alright, so before we continue on, let me pause this real quick. I wanted to show y'all a video real quick. Where we at on time? Alright, hold on. Check this out. So we don't even have that much left, really. So YouTube, and while that does that, I'm gonna go ahead and get this ready. So now we're gonna get into Mexico now, and we're gonna finish off on Nigeria. Now in our next video, what we're gonna be doing, I'm gonna read you the Emancipation Proclamation first, and then we'll go right into Islam, the Saharan slave trade. Now that all that, we didn't get into too much detail about South America, but we touched up a little bit about it, you know. So I hope that you guys look further into that for yourselves. But we were brought there. We didn't talk much about our life too in Spain and France and things like that too. So this it inspires more research to be done. So we put this right here. Boom. These are Hamites, obviously, and this person must look Asian. Reminds me of the Asiatic blacks. Afro-Asians. Yeah, there's an Afro-Asian history. If you haven't checked that out yet, you should probably check that out too on video. Yeah, these are definitely Africans. Alright, so we're near the end of this already. Surprisingly, there's like at least one or two more video. What I'm gonna do later on is go back and look at my notes that I highlighted in yellow, and I'm gonna go ahead and sum everything up, you know, and make a timeline or something. So it'll be easier to share with the future generation, if we exist then. So right, there's something I want to show you. See, making us hate ourselves and all this stuff. These are mulattoes right here. Chris Brown's like a mulatto technically. Obama's a mulatto Islam, a Muslim. So there's all types of mulattoes. Mutts, mixed, bastards we call them. Come on, you can do it. Nah, I don't want to kill it. Hold on 1 second there, friends. Alright, come on, you can do it, man. Come on. Come on. You can do it. I make these things slow on purpose nowadays. Alright, so yeah, I gotta show y'all this before we even proceed. Come on, man. Killing me. Alright, let me see something. History. Garifuna history. Let me check out. I'm gonna look at it right here real quick, because I just checked it out today, and I think you guys really need to see this. This is very, very important. Alright. So United States involvement in Haiti. I don't really need this no more. Alright, check this out real quick. This is very important. This goes slow. What are they doing in our land?
As Haitians rush the trucks, the U.S. has outstripped every country in the world in delivering aid. But as
They're not delivering no aid,
over
but
Haiti's
terror.
long history, America hasn't always played the hero.
Exactly. Where were they ever?
Those were comforting words coming when they did, but the term the president chose neatly describes the people of Haiti too. In this hemisphere, they are the forsaken. From the day their ancestors rose up against French slave masters more than 200 years ago, Haitians have been singled out for suffering and misery on an inhuman scale, and they can't be blamed for suspecting bigotry. Just listen to this lunacy uttered by an influential American conservative last week.
They got together and swore a pact to the devil. They said, "We will serve you if you'll get us free from the French."
The more mainstream view is that Toussaint Louverture and his band of enslaved patriots staged their successful rebellion all by themselves. And, much to the displeasure of the great powers of the day, they established the first Black Republic. They would pay for that.
Haiti was isolated and punished by not just the European powers, but by the United States as well, which was a slave-owning country at that time. And the Haitians were actually asked to pay a 90 million franc indemnity to France in exchange for its independence. And if you cost it out over time, that would cost about $20 billion in today's dollars.
In the decades that followed, European and U.S. policy towards Haiti could only be described as paternalistic. In 1915, to protect American financial interests, the U.S. military invaded and occupied 20 years and took thousands of Haitian lives. Haiti's modern era, which began in 1957 with the rise of Francois Papadoc Duvalier, brought even more misery. Duvalier was a murderer and a villain, and Washington's man.
Francois Duvalier was seen as someone who was an opponent, and so for the next almost 30 years, the United States gave substantial support to the Duvalier regime.
Duvalier and his inheritors also built up what is known as odious debt, borrowing money to enrich themselves and their cronies by which they hate. True, there has been some debt relief and some aid from organizations like the World Bank, but it too has come with a ruinous price. Haiti was forced to open its domestic markets to competition and to stop protecting its rice farmers, to pick just one example. Those farmers were forced to compete with rice producers from much richer nations, nations like the United States, which,
For the Haitian rice farmers, it was was an extraordinarily unequal contest.
The result was predictable.
That has really created a situation where Haiti is now a country that basically can't feed itself.
Haiti is also a country that's exceedingly difficult to leave. Migrant makes it ashore in Florida. America offers immediate asylum. When a boatload of Haitians makes it, as these starving, thirsty people did a few years ago, they're rounded up and sent back home. It's been that way for decades. Haitians fleeing political violence in the early 90s were intercepted at sea. Some were penned up at Guantanamo. Until they is committed to help rebuild. Some people say this catastrophe may prove to be a turning point. If it does, it'll be the first time.
Videos to watch too, but this is the last part I'm gonna show y'all.
From trade to aid to war and dictatorship.
Understand my people in pain. Understand my struggle.
In the 18th century, Haiti was the richest colony in the New World. In 1804, legendary generals Toussaint Louverture and Jean-Jacques Dessalines led a slave revolt.
He's mixed with
Violence
Taino.
I saw. Is the result of Alex's head.
In that sense, it was a success.
I don't know, but I have such a feeling.
So who did it? Who organized it? Who benefits from that?
The politicians, the senators, who more than anything resent
World Bank and International Monetary Fund.
What the hell the bank got interest in
It was a
Haiti?
familiar cocktail: downsizing, privatization, and deregulation. Tariffs on foreign rice. 25 years ago, Haiti grew a lot of rice. So much that the idea of importing rice from another country like the United States was virtually unthinkable. Today, this country of fewer than 10 million people is the third largest importer of U.S. rice in the world market. So when the price of rice doubled in the last year, the majority of Haitians who live in bitter poverty got slammed. Now, Americans are also facing in a country where Congress just passed a farm bill with hundreds of millions of dollars in subsidies for the American rice industry. The global spike in food prices means that local rice...
So technically we're being drained out and we're being absorbed in our country. These are stuff because they're not telling us much about these things, and most of these videos don't have thousands of views because once again it's happening in Haiti. Like the people said on there, who cares, you know? Like look at this right here. This is proof that they believe Yah won't come save us. Right here. Hold on. So you can find this on my favorites page on my Malakizadak Yis-RoyAl page in the playlist, and then go to favorites or go to Haitian Hebraic history. So let's see. Alright, for example, these are the comments of the people under this video.
Natural disasters are inevitable. Their effects are compounded by very human factors. Prior to the earthquake, Haiti's impoverished population was highly concentrated in urban slums, dependent on imported food.
Yeah, and as you can see, there's a bunch of ignorant, you know, racist stuff. And all right, so now let's continue on our lesson. We're done with talking about Haiti now. We're gonna be wrapping it up. Before we get into the talk about. So this is the flag of Angola, the map of Angola, and all that stuff. So Angola is more than 3 times the size of California. Wow. So it's the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And the Republic of Congo are to the north and east. Zambia is to the Zambia is to the east, and Namibia is to the south. So Angola is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So as you can see, after 1,000 large numbers of Bantu speakers migrated to the region and became the dominant group, Angola derives its name from the Bantu kingdom of Ndongo, whose name for its king is Nagola. See? And they got a large number of those who speak Bantu there, descendants of Congo. And it's the Democratic Republic. So I want to get that down there too. So explored by the Portuguese navigator Diego Caio in 1482, Angola became a link in trade with India and Southeast Asia. So later it was a major source of slaves for Portugal's New World colony of Brazil. So development of the interior began after the Berlin Conference in 1885 fixed the colony's borders, and British and Portuguese investment fostered mining, railways, and agriculture. New Kwanzaa. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Alright, so we're not going to really go into the history of Angola like that, nothing like that. But you can go into that a little bit more if you want to. It goes deep, but yeah, I'm not going to really go into that right now. So, let's go right here and wrap this part up. So black civilizations of ancient America, Mulan, Mexico, Mulan. That's where you got that name from, Mulan. So gigantic stonehead of Negristic African during the Olmec civilization by Paul Barton. So the earliest people in the Americas were people of the Negritic African race who entered the Americas perhaps as early as 100,000 years ago by way of the Bering Strait, and about 30,000 years ago in a worldwide maritime undertaking that included journeys from the then wet and lake-filled Sahara from Arabia, pretty much not Arabia, but Sahara, who believe they're Muslim, towards the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, and from West Africa across the Atlantic Ocean towards the Americas. So according to the Gladwin thesis, this ancient journey occurred particularly about 75,000 years ago and included black Pygmies, black Negritic peoples, and black Australians, similar to the Aboriginals, similar to the Aboriginal black people of Australia and parts of Asia, including India. Yeah, these remind me of the Taino people, indeed, Taino Arawak. So ancient African terracotta portraits 1000 BC to 500 BC. So recent discoveries in the field of linguistics and other methods have shown without a doubt that the ancient Olmecs of Mexico, known as the Yis people, came originally from West Africa and were the Mendi African ethnic stock. So according to Clyde A. Winters and other writers, see Clyde A. Winters' website. So these people weren't really Hebrew. The Mendi script was discovered on some of the ancient Olmec monuments of Mexico and were found to be identical to the very same script used by the Mendi people of West Africa. So although the carbon 14 testing date for the presence of the black Olmecs or Yis people is about 1500 BC, journeys to the Mexico and southern United States may have come from West Africa much earlier. They remind me of the Phoenicians. So particularly around 5,000 years before Mashiach. That conclusion is based on the finding of an African native cotton that was discovered in North America. So its only possible manner of arriving where it was found had to have been through human hands. So at the period in West African history and even before, civilization was in full bloom in the Western Sahara, in what is today Mauritania. Whoa, so they could be Hebrew. So one of Africa's earliest civilizations, the Zing Empire, sound like Asian words, existed and may have lived in what was a lake-filled, wet and fertile Sahara, where ships crisscrossed from place to place, like the Phoenicians. So ancient African kingdoms produced Olmec-type cultures. So the ancient kingdoms of West Africa, which occupied the coastal forest belt from Cameroon to Guinea, had trading relationships with other Africans dating back to prehistoric times. However, by 1500 BC, these ancient kingdoms not only traded along the Ivory Coast, but with the Phoenicians and other peoples. So they expanded their trades to the Americas, where the evidence for an ancient African presence is overwhelming, the Taino. So the kingdoms which came to be known by Arabs and Europeans during the Middle Ages were already well established when much of the Western Europe was still inhabited by Celtic tribes. So by the 5th century BC, the Phoenicians were running commercial ships to several West African kingdoms. I knew it. And they spoke Phoenician Hebrew or Paleo Hebrew or something like that. So during that period, iron had been in use for about 1,000 years, and terracotta art was being produced at a great level of craftsmanship. So stone was also being carved with naturalistic perfection, and later bronze was being used to make various tools and instruments, as well as beautifully naturalistic works of art. So the ancient West African coastal and interior kingdoms occupied an area that is now covered with dense vegetation. Put this back on. With dense vegetation, but may have been cleared about 3 to 4,000 years ago. So this includes the regions from the coast of West Africa to the south, all the way inland to the Sahara. A number of large kingdoms and empires existed in that area, the Moroccan Empire and stuff like that. So according to Blisherd's communications, one of the oldest empires and civilizations on earth existed just north of the coastal regions into what is today Mauritania. So it was called the Zin Empire and was highly advanced. Whoa, I didn't even know that. So in fact, they were the first to use the red, black, and green African flag. Red, black, and green flag. And to plant it throughout their territory all over Africa and the world. So the Zing Empire existed about 15,000 years ago. The only other civilizations that may have been in existence at that period in history were the Tasseti civilization of what became Nubia, Kush, and the mythical Atlantis civilization, which may have existed out in the Atlantic off the coast of West Africa about 10 to 15,000 years ago. So that leaves the question as to whether there was a relationship between the prehistoric Zing Empire of West Africa and the civilization of Atlantis. So whether the Zing Empire was actually Atlantis, or whether Atlantis, if it is existed, was part of the Zing Empire. So was Atlantis the highly technological, sophisticated civilization, an extension of black civilization in the Mesoamerica and other parts of the Americas? Probably so. So stone carving of a shaman or priest from Colombia's San Augustine culture is all African touch up. Africans do things like that. Even the sticking the tongue out stuff. An ancient West African Oni or king holding similar artifacts as the San Augustine culture stone carving of a shaman. And they were considered witch doctors, shamans. So that's African, Hamitic. So the above ancient stone carvings, 500 to 1000 BC, and that's why Yah wiped them out, and we're still here. So the above ancient stone carvings of shamans, of priests, kings, clearly show distinct similarities in instruments held and purpose, like the Incas, all that stuff. So the realistic carving of an African king or Oni and the stone carving of a shaman from Colombia's San Augustine culture indicates diffusion of African religious practices to the Americas. So in fact, the region of Colombia, which is in South America, and Panama were among the first places that blacks were spotted by the first Spanish explorers to the Americas. So these were probably Moors, to be honest. I think they were Moors. The Moors might have been the native Indians or something. Something was going on. So from the because Moors were also around that general time too of the Indians, before the blacks were also brought in. So I don't know what to say about that yet. We need to have history about the relationship with the Taino, Arawak, Caribs, and the Moors of the Sahara. I don't believe Islam had enslaved native indigenous Indians, but they did with Negroes. The whites had enslaved Indians and Negroes. So who knows? So from the archaeological evidence gathered from both in West Africa and Mesoamerica, there is reason to believe that the African Negretics who founded or influenced the Olmec civilization came from West Africa. based on the evidence and the touches. So not only do the colossal Olmec stone heads resemble black Africans from the Ghana area, but the ancient religious practices of the Olmec priests was similar to that of the West Africans, which included shamanism, priesthood, the study of the Venus complex, which was part of the traditions of the Olmecs, as well as the Ono and Dogon people of West Africa, because Dogon tribe was another ancient people, got wiped out. And as you can tell, this is a Moor. You see the red fez right here, and he got guns and he's free. And these are African people that they're enslaving. The Moors had enslaved our people. So the language connection is of significant importance, since it has been found out through decipherment of the Olmec script that the ancient Olmecs spoke the Mendi language and wrote in the Mend script, which is still used in parts of West Africa and the Sahara to this day. So ancient trade between the Americas and Africa. So the earliest trade and commercial activities between prehistoric and ancient Africa and the Americas may have occurred from West Africa and may have included shipping and travel across the Atlantic. The history of West Africa has never been properly researched, yet there is ample evidence to show that West Africa of 1500 BC was at a level of civilization approaching that of ancient Egypt and Nubia Kush. The Egyptian Ethiopians, or the Egyptian Hebrews. So in fact, which is the children of Joseph and Manasseh and Ephraim. In fact, there were similarities between the cultures of Nubia and West Africa, even to the very similarities between the smaller scaled hard brick clay burial pyramids built for West African kings at Kukia and pre-Christian Ghana, and their counterparts in Nubia, Egypt, and Mesoamerica. So although West Africa is not commonly known for having a culture of pyramid building, such a culture existed although pyramids were created for the burial of kings, or altar, a ritual ground, and were made of hardened brick. So this style of pyramid building was closer to what was built by the Olmecs in Mexico when the first Olmec pyramids were built. In fact, they were not built of stone, but of hardened clay and compact earth. Still, even though we don't see pyramids of stone rising above the ground in West Africa, similar to those of Egypt, Nubia, or Mexico, or massive obelisks, colossal monuments, and structures of Nubian and Kemetic or Mesoamerican civilization. Kemetics, Cometians, chemistry, Kemet. So the fact remains they did exist in West Africa on a smaller scale and were transported to the Americas, where conditions such as an environment more hospitable to building and free of detriments should as malaria and the testes fly, the tsetse, made it much easier to build on a grander scale. So Mesoamerican pyramid, it's in America, up in Mexico, with stepped appearance, like you got steps, built about 2,500 years ago. So here's some more. Stepped pyramid of Saqqara, Egypt, built over 4,000 years ago, compared to Mesoamerican pyramid. It's true, it looks similar. Yeah, it looks very similar. So, and the conditions were better for it. So large-scale building projects such as monument and pyramid building was most likely carried to the Americas by the same West Africans who developed the Olmec or Exist civilization in Mexico. So such activities would have occurred particularly if there was not much of a hindrance and obstacle to massive monumental building and construction as there was in the forest and malaria zones of West Africa. So yet when the region of ancient Ghana and Mauritania is closely examined, evidence of large prehistoric towns such as Kukia and others, as well as various monuments to a great civilization, existed and continued to exist at a smaller level than Egypt and Nubia, but significant enough to show a direct connection with Mexico's Olmec civilization. Remember, Dan, Naphtali, and people like that were also living near seaports. So the similarities between Olmec and Western African civilization includes racial, religious, and pyramid building similarities, as well as the similarities in their alphabets and scripts, as well as both cultures speaking the identical Mende language, which was once widespread in the Sahara and was spread as far east as Dravidian India in prehistoric times, as well as the South Pacific. So during the early years of West African trade with the Americas, commercial seafarers made frequent voyages across the Atlantic. In fact, the oral history of a tradition of seafaring between the Americas and Africa is part of the history of the Washita Moors, an aboriginal black nation who were the original inhabitants of the Mississippi Valley region, which reminds me of Washington, D.C., Washita. The Washita Moor, the Cherokees, the Seminoles, things like that. But they were not part of us necessarily, unless they were. So the former Louisiana territories and parts of the southern United States, yeah, these are Moors. They were also in Lemuria as well. Lemor, Lamu, like Lamu, they say, which is love in French and Creole. Lamu, Lamor, the Moor. It also means black, like blackamoor, and it also means dark skin. But Moor wasn't necessarily, well, yeah, Moors are from Morocco, the Saharan desert. These people were in charge of enslaving our people too, because they had an empire greater than many empires at a point, and even ruled Egypt and Spain. Shakespeare was a Moor. He was a man of melanin. You know, his plays was about technically slavery, like Romeo and Juliet. But nobody ever told you that. Othello, all these people, all black. You can just sum this up into black history, regardless of black having power over black. We ran the world at a point. We're not as useless and weak as they said we were. We were warriors. Some honorable, some not. So according to their oral traditions, their ancient ships crisscrossed the Atlantic Ocean, Atlantis, between Africa and the Americas on missions of trade and commerce. And they probably killed them because they advanced. We advanced many times and got wiped out, like these days. So some of the ships used during the ancient times, perhaps earlier than 7000 BC, which is the date given for cave paintings of the drawings and paintings of boats in the now dried up Sahara Desert, are similar to ships used in parts of Africa today. So these ships were either made of papyrus or planks lashed with rope or hollowed out tree trunks, just like the Taino used to do with the canoes. So these ancient vessels were loaded with all type of trade goods, and not only did they crisscross the Atlantic successfully, but they traded out in the Pacific and settled there as well, all the way to California, Garifuna. In fact, the tradition of black seafarers crossing the Pacific back crossing the Pacific back and forth to California is much older than the actual divulgence of that fact to the first Spanish explorers, who were told by the American Indians, Taino, that black men with curly hair made trips from California's shores to the Pacific on missions of trade. So these Taino Arawak were telling the the Spanish people there that the blacks used to travel up and down certain paths and certain routes. You know what I'm saying? So they tracked us down, hunt us down, you know, and they deported all the Moors out of Europe. So on the other hand, West African trade with the Africas before Columbus and way back to proto-historic times, 30 to 1000 BC to 10,000 BC, is one of the most important chapters in ancient African history. Yet this era, which begun about 30,000 years ago and perhaps earlier, see the Gladwin thesis by C.S. Gladwin, McGraw-Hill Books, has not been part of the history of blacks in the Americas. So later on in history, particularly during the early Bronze Age of the Grecians, the age of Alexander, during the latter part of the Bronze Age, particularly between 1500 BC to 1000 BC, when the Olmec civilization began to bloom and flourish, new conditions in the Mediterranean made it more difficult for West Africans to trade by sea with the region, especially because of continental drift and tectonic plate shifts. Although their land and trade across the Sahara was flourishing, by then Greeks, Phoenicians, Assyrians, Babylonians, all of our enemies, and others were trying to gain control of the sea routes and seaports, the trading ports of the region. Piracy. So they probably got into these ports, these portals. Iraq, Assyria, the Phoenicians, which are African, and the Greeks, which were the Philistines and all that stuff. The Hyksos. So conflicts in the region may have pushed the West Africans to strengthen their transatlantic trade with the Americas and to explore and settle there. So competition, so it forced to sell people to hold and retain power. Blacks will sell blacks and things like that. So ancient sea-going vessel used by the Egyptians and Nubians in ancient times. I think the Nubians may be children of Joseph. I may be wrong. But the Most High said he will preserve Ephraim and Manasseh, and they are of the number of Israel. And I know that Naphtali and and some of the tribes live near the ports, which mean they live near like the sea, where they can, sail out and things like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are actually Hebrew Israelite. I'm not sure. But you can't give all credit to Israelites, or all credit to Muslims or Europeans. Everyone contributed to human history. So West African trade and settlement in the Americas increases due to conflicts in the Mediterranean Sea. The Bible talks about these things. So the flowering of the Olmec civilization occurred between 1500 BC to 1000 BC, when over 22 colossal heads of basalt were carved, representing the West African Negristic racial type. So this flowering continued with the appearance of magicians or shamanistic Africans who observed and charted the Venus planetary complex. See the pre-Christian era statuette of a West African shaman in the photograph above. So these magicians, obviously they were witches, are said to have or they might not be magicians, that can be a label again, are said to have entered Mexico from West Africa between 800 BC to 600 BC and were speakers of the Mende language, as well as writers of the Mendi script or the Bambara script, both which are still used in parts of West Africa and the Sahara Desert. So these shamans who became the priestly class at Monte Alban during the 800s to 600s BC reference the history of the African Olmecs and black civilization of the Americas from prehistoric times to the present era, had to have journeyed across the Atlantic from West Africa, for it is only in West Africa that the religious practices and astronomical, like Dogon, and religious practices and complex, like Venus, the Dogon Sirius, dog star god, observation, and the Venus worship of the Afro Olmecs, the use of the axe in the worship of Shango among the Yoruba of West Africa, and the use of the axe in Afro Olmec worship, as well as the prominence of the thunder god like Zeus, Jesus, later known as Tlaloc among the Aztecs, are the same as those practiced by the Afro Olmec shamans. So according to Clyde Ahmed Winters, see Clyde A. Winters' webpage on search. So thus, it has been proven through linguistic studies, religious similarities, racial similarities between the Afro-Olmecs and West Africans, as well as the use of the same language and writing script, that the Afro-Olmecs came from the Mendi-speaking region of West Africa, which once included the Sahara. So Northwest Sahara, who knows? So sailing and shipbuilding in the Sahara is over 20,000 years old. In fact, cave and wall paintings of ancient ships were displayed in National Geographic magazine some years ago. So such ships which carried sails and masts were among the vessels that swept across the water-filled Sahara in prehistoric times. So it is from that shipbuilding tradition that the Bambara used their knowledge to build Thor Heyerdahl's papyrus boat Ra, which made it to the West Indies from Safi and Morocco years ago. So it is from that shipbuilding tradition that the Bambara used their knowledge to build Thor Heyerdahl's papyrus boat Ra the First, which made it to the West Indies, Hispaniola, the New World, from Safi and Morocco years ago. So the Bambara are also one of the West African nationalities who had and still have a religious and astronomical complex similar to that of the ancient Olmecs in the Mayans, in the Mayan calendar, particularly in the area of stargazing. So a journey across the Atlantic to the Americas on a good current during clement weather would have been an easier task to West Africans of the coastal and ravine regions than it would have been through the use of caravans crisscrossing the hot by day and extremely cold by night Sahara Desert. It would have been much easier to take a well-made ship similar to the one shown above and let the currents take it to the West Indies, and may have taken as long as sending goods back and forth from northern and northeastern Africa to the interior and coast of West Africa's ancient kingdoms. So add to that the fact that crossing the Sahara would have been no easy task when obstacles such as the hot and dusty environment, the thousands of miles of dust, sand, and high winds existed. The long trek through the southern regions of West Africa, through valleys, mountains, and down the many rivers to the coast using beasts of burden would have been problematic, particularly since malaria mosquitoes, harmful to both humans and animals, would have made the use of animals to carry loads unreliable. Look up Pangea, Pangea, the continent of Pangea, when all the continents were one. It'll give you an overview, an overstanding of what the continents potentially looked like before they broke apart through tectonic plate shifts, post shifts, and continental drifts. So, if all that's true, so Africa remained the motherland, the heart of existence. So add to that the fact that crossing the okay, so we read that. So journeys by ship along the coast of West Africa toward the north through the pillars of Heracles, probably where you get the name Hercules, eastward on the Mediterranean to ports such as Byblos in Lebanon, Tyre, or Sidon, Sidon. You read about that in the Bible. Would have been 2 to 3 times as lengthy as taking a ship from Cape Verde, sailing it across the Atlantic, and landing in northeastern Brazil, 1,500 miles away, or Mesoamerica, about 2,400 miles away. So the distance in itself is not what makes the trip easy. It is the fact that currents, which are similar to gigantic rivers in the ocean, carry ships and other vessels from West Africa to the Americas with relative ease. Wow. So West Africans during the period of 1500 BC to 600 BC up to 1492 AD may have looked to the Americas as a source of trade, commerce, and a place to settle and build new civilizations. So during the period of 1500 BC to 600 BC, there were many conflicts in the Mediterranean involving the Cushites, they're the real Ethiopians, Egyptians, Assyrians, Phoenicians, Sea Peoples, like the white man, Macedonia, things like that, and what they call it, Cyrus, Persians, Jews, and others. So any kingdom or nation of that era who wanted to conduct smooth trade without complications would have tried to find alternative trading partners, like whites with blacks, Islam with Europeans. So in fact, that was the very reason why the Europeans decided to sail westward in their search for India in China in 1492 AD. So they were harassed by the Arabs in the east and had to pay heavy taxes to pass through the region. So still, most of the black empires and kingdoms such as Kush, Maury, Numidia, Egypt, Ethiopia, and others may have had little difficulty conducting trade among their neighbors, since they also were among the major powers of the region who were dominant in the Mediterranean. So south of this northern region, to the southwest, Mauritania, the site of the prehistoric Zin Empire, Ghana, the Golden Coast, and many of the same nationalities who ushered in the West African Renaissance of the early Middle Ages were encouraged in the end time ages, were encouraged in civilizations and cultures similar to those of Nubia, Egypt, and the empires of the Afro-Olmec or Exia, or she people. Chi, she, Chigon, Shigon. So Nubian Kushite king and queen, circa 1000. So it is believed that there was a Nubian presence in Mexico, and that the West African civilizations were related to that of the Nubians, despite the distance between the two centers of black civilization in America. So there is no doubt that in ancient times there were commercial ties between West Africa and Egypt. In fact, about 600 BC, Nikau, a pharaoh of Egypt, sent ships to circumnavigate Africa, and later on, about 450 BC, Phoenicians did the same, landing in West Africa in the nation now called Cameroon. So there they witnessed what may have been the celebration of a Kwanzaa-like harvest festival, like the Congo people, Bakongo, Angola, Angel, where cymbals and horns and other instruments, as well as smoke and fire from burning fields, could be seen from their ships. So at that period in history, the West African cultures and civilizations, which were offshoots of much earlier southern Saharan cultures, were very old compared to civilizations such as Greece or Babylon. In fact, iron was being used by the ancient West Africans as early as 2600 years BC, and was so common that there was no Bronze Age in West Africa, although bronze was used for ornaments and instruments or tools. So a combination of Nubians and West Africans engaged in mutual trade and commerce along the coast of West Africa could have planned many trips to and from the Americas, and could have conducted a crossing about 1500 BC and afterwards. So massive sculptures of the heads of typical Negritic Africans were carved in the region of South Mexico, where the Olmec civilization flourished. So some of these massive heads of basalt contain the cornrow hairstyle common among West African blacks, as well as the kinky coiled hair, corny nappy hair, common among at least 70% of all Negritic people. So the other proportion being the Dravidian black race of India and the black Australoids of Australia and South Asia. They're the only ones who don't have nappy hair. So now all of us have nappy hair as black people. Some of us originally have different textured type of hair. So that marks us too. So it's a Nubian type war helmet, circa 1100 BC. Wouldn't be surprised if it was like the Persian Gulf War or whatever. So Afro-Olmecs came from the Mende regions of South Africa, of West Africa. So although archaeologists have used the same Olmec to refer to the black builders of ancient Mexico's first civilizations, recent discoveries have proven that these Afro-Olmecs were West Africans of the Mende language and cultural group. Inscriptions found on ancient monuments in parts of Mexico show that the script used by the ancient Olmecs was identical to that used by the ancient and modern Mende-speaking peoples of West Africa. Racially, the colossal stone heads are identical in features to West Africans, and the language deciphered on Olmec monuments is identical to the Mende language of West Africa. See Clyde A. Winters on the internet. So the term Olmec was first used by archaeologists since the giant stone heads with the features of West African Negritic people were found in a part of Mexico with an abundance of rubber trees. So the Maya word for rubber, was Oli, and so the name Olmec was used to label the Africoid Negritic people represented in the faces of the stone heads and found on hundreds of terracotta figurines throughout the region. So it left their mark so that people can know who they are. Yet due to the scientific work done by the deciphers and linguists, it has been found out that the ancient blacks of Mexico, known as Olmecs, called themselves the Ixi or She people. So apart from the giant stone heads of basalt, hundreds of terracotta figurines and heads of people of Negritic African racial features have also been found over the past 100 years in Mexico and other parts of Mesoamerica, as well as the ancient black-owned lands of the southern United States, Washita proper, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Arkansas, South America's St. Augustine culture and the nation of Colombia, Costa Rica, and other areas, the Louisiana Purchase lands, the southeastern kingdom of the Black Jamasi, and other places including Haiti. So this does remind me of the Taino Arawak Indians. Maybe we may have a connection here. It may be the Phoenicians, because they were professional hunters too. So various cultural clues and traces unique to Africa, as well as the living descendants of prehistoric and ancient African migrants to the Americas, continue to exist to this very day. So the Washita Nation of Louisiana is one such group. The Garifuna or Black Caribs of the Caribbean and Central America is another. So the Washita Nation of Louisiana is one such group. The Garifuna, the Taino, or Black Caribs of the Caribbean and Central America is another group. So the descendants of the Jamasi who live in Georgia and the surrounding states is another group. So there are also others such as the Black Californian of Queen Calafia fame, the Black Amazon Queen mentioned in the book Journey to Esplandian by Ordonez de Montalvo during the mid-1500s. So cultural artifacts which connect the ancient blacks of the Americas with Africa are many. Some of these similarities can be seen in the stone and terracotta works of the ancient blacks of the Americas. For example, the African hairline is clearly visible in some stone and terracotta works, including the use of cornrows, Afro hairstyle, flat Mohawk style, similar. So we came with the Mohawk too, the Mohawk, similar to the type used in Africa, dreadlocks, Nazarene locks, braided hair, and even plain kinky, which they call nappy hair. So the African hairline is clearly visible on a fine stone head from Veracruz, Mexico. Carved between 600 BC to 400 BC, the classic period of Olmec civilization, the Mayans. So that particular statuette is about 12 inches tall, and the distance from the head to the chin is about 14 centimeters. So another head of about 12 inches not only possesses Negroid features, but the hair design is authentically West African and is on display at the National Museum of Mexico. So this terracotta Africoid head also wears the common disc type earplugs common in parts of Africa even today among tribes such as the Dinka and Shilluk. So one of the most impressive pieces of evidence which show a direct link between the Black Olmec or She people of Mexico and West Africans is the presence of sacrification marks on some Olmec terracotta sculpture. So these sacrification marks clearly indicate a West African Mendi presence in prehistoric and ancient Mesoamerica. So ritual sacrification is still practiced in parts of Africa and among the black peoples of the South Pacific. However, the Olmec sacrification marks are not of South Pacific or Melanesian black origins, since the patterns used on ancient Olmec sculpture is still common in parts of Africa. So this style of sacrification tattooing is still used by the Nuba and other Sudanese African people. So in fact, the face of a young girl with keloid sacrification on her face is identical to the very same keloid tattoos on the face of an ancient Olmec terracotta head from ancient Mexico. So similar keloid tattoos also appear on the arms of some Sudanese and are identical to similar keloid scars on the arms of some clay figures from ancient Olmec terracotta figurine of Negroid peoples of ancient Mexico. So they used tattoos during that time to know who is who. So bronze head of an ancient king from Benin, West Africa. The tradition, he almost looked like Meek Mill. The tradition of fine sculpture in West Africa goes back long before 1000 BC. So we were great artists, architects and everything. Look at this one. So colossal head of Afro Olmec, She warrior king, circa 1100 BC. See the big lips, the broad nose, even with the Sphinx. You can tell this one's a little different. He looked really African, the nose and all. So descendants of ancient Africans in recent America. So in many parts of the Americas today, there are still people of African, Negritic racial backgrounds who continue to exist either blended into the larger African Americas population or are parts of separate indigenous groups living on their own lands with their own unique culture and languages. So one such example is the Washita Moors Nation, who owned about 1 million square miles of the former Louisiana territories. So that was sold illegally. But who now own only about 70,000 acres of all their former territory. So the regaining of their lands from the United States was a long process which concluded partially in 1991 when they won the right to their lands in a United States court. So the Black Californian broke up as a nation during the late 1800s after many years of war with the Spanish invaders of the Southwest. With Mexico and with the United States, they blended into the black population of California, and their descendants still exist among the millions of black Californians of today. Garifuna. So the Black Caribs or Garifunas of the Caribbean islands and Central America fought with the English and Spanish from the late 1500s up to 1797 when the British sued for peace. The Garifuna were expelled from their islands, but they prospered in Central America, where hundreds of thousands live along the coast to date. So the Darien-nite is a significant group of prehistoric pre-Columbian blacks who existed in South America and Central America. So these blacks were the Africans that the Spanish first saw during their exploration of the narrow strip of land between Colombia and Central America, and who were described as slaves of our Lord. Since the Spaniards and Europeans had the intention of enslaving all blacks they found. See? So they're trying to enslave all our people during that time. And they called it their Lord, Adan. Who described as slaves of our Lord, since the Spaniards and Europeans had the intention of enslaving all blacks they found in the newly discovered lands, even the Moors. They did go into slavery too. So the above mentioned blacks of pre-Columbian origins are not blacks who mix with the Mongoloid Indian population, which are Asians, and they look Asian and stuff like that, and call themselves Indian. So they did not mix with Mongoloid Indian population as occurred during the time of slavery. So they were blacks who were in some cases on their lands before the southward migrations of the Mongoloid Native Americans, before the Asians came down. Afro-Asiatic. So they were black before that. So in many cases, these blacks had established civilizations in the Americas thousands of years ago. So this is an early black Californian, a member of the original black Aboriginal people of California and the southwestern United States. So they were of melanin, either black or brown, light browns, dark browns, and stuff like that. So a member of one of the original black nations of the Americas, the Afro-Darien of Panama. See, these were original Indians right there. Original native people. Here's another picture. Stone carving of Negroid person found in area close to Washita Territory, southern United States. So the use of ancient African ships and boats to trade with the Americas. Technically, the Hamites were here before us. So proto-historic, prehistoric, and ancient Negritic Africans were masters of the lands as well as the oceans, like the Taino. They were the first shipbuilders on earth and had to have, well, actually Noah was, and had to have used watercraft to cross from Southeast Asia to Australia about 60,000 years ago, and from the West Africa Sahara Inland Seas region to the Americas. So the fact of the northern portion of Africa, now known as a vast desert wasteland, being a place of large lakes, rivers, and fertile regions with the most ancient of civilizations, is a fact that has been verified. See African presence in early America. Ivan Van Sertima and Ronoko Rashidi, Transaction Publishers, New Brunswick, New Jersey. The Principle of Polarity by Wayne Chandler, 1994. So from the region of Africa as well as East Africa, diffusions of blacks towards the Americas as early as 30,000 BC are believed to have occurred based on findings in the region from Mexico to Brazil, which show that American Indians in the region include Negritic types, which are like the Olmecs, Afro-Darien, Black Californians, Coras, Garifunas, and others. So much earlier journeys occurred by land sometime before 75,000 BC, according to the Gladwin thesis written by C.S. Gladwin. So this migration occurred on the Pacific side of the Americas and was began by Africans with affinities similar to the people of New Guinea, Tasmania, like they say Tasmanian devil, Solomon Islands, and Australia. So the earliest migrations of African blacks through Asia, then to the Americas, seem to have occurred exactly during the period that the Australian Aborigines and the Proto-African ancestors of the Aborigines, Oceanic Negroids, Fijians, Solomon Islanders, Papua New Guineans, and so on, and other blacks spread throughout East Asia and the Pacific Islands about 100,000 years ago. So the fact that these same blacks are still among the world's seafaring cultures and still navigate the sun, star, and moon, and still regard the ocean as sacred and as a place of sustenance is evidence of their ancient dependence on the sea for travel and exploration, as well as for commerce and trade, the borders. So therefore they would have had to build seaworthy ships and boats to take them across the vast expanses of ocean, including the Atlantic, Indian Ocean. Both the Atlantic and Indian Oceans were called the Ethiopian Sea in the Middle Ages, and the Pacific Ocean. Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean. Now you know what occurred in those places. So during the historic period close to the early bronze or copper, using period of world history 6000 BC to 4000 BC, migrations of Africans from the Mende regions of West Africa and the Sahara across the Atlantic to the Americas may have occurred. So in fact, the Mende agricultural culture was well established in West Africa and the Sahara during that period. So both still crisscrossed the Sahara as they had been doing for over 10,000 years previously. The ancient peoples of the Sahara, as rock paintings clearly showed, were using boats and may have sailed from West Africa and the Sahara to the Americas, including the Washita territories of the Midwestern and Southern United States, which remind me of the Moors. Finally, I can find where they fit in that equation, because they try to black them out from history because they ruled Europe at a point. So moreover, it is believed by the aboriginal black people of the former Washita Empire, who still live in the southern United States, that about 6000 BC there was a great population shift from the region of Africa and the Pacific Ocean, which led to the migrants of their ancestors to the Americas to join the blacks who had been there previously. So as for the use of ships, ancient Negritic peoples and the original Negroid peoples of the earth may have began using boats very early in human history. Moreover, whatever boats were used did not have to be sophisticated or of huge size. In fact, the small seaworthy outrigger canoe may have been spread from East Africa to the Indian Ocean and the Pacific by the earliest African migrants to Asia and the Pacific regions. So boats of papyrus, skin, sewed, plank, log, and hollowed logs were used by ancient Africans on their trips to various parts of the world. So sewed plank, logs, skin, papyrus, hollowed logs were used to sail and ship. So gigantic stone head of Afro-Olmec Chi people of ancient Mexico, circa 1100 BC. So face of Afro-Olmec child carved on the waist belt of an Olmec ball player. See how they got no lips? That's not his people. They weren't originally there. Come on. Look at this cracker. I saw my screen. Oh, whoa. Man, the way that came out was kind of trippy. So right here you can tell they look close to that, but they've been mixed with Spanish. That's where they get the light tone from. Them French and Spanish all raped our people there too, and these are mulattoes. So this stone belt was used by the Olmec ball players to catch the impact of the rubber balls in their ball games. Yeah, that's the game that the Tainos used to play. I think the native Indians were Moors. So, wow, Lemuria, Latino. So this face is typical Negritic, including the eyes, which seem to slant. You seem to slant even, like the Taino, almost like Indian a tiny bit. Asian a tiny bit. A common racial characteristic in West Africa, the Sahara, and in South Africa among the Kong-San, Bushmen, and other Africans. That slanted eye, like Asians. Yeah, they were definitely of Asiatic descent. Afro-Asia history type of thing. So these are Hamites. Later, Israelites were brought in. So these people are mixed with the yellow people. The Carib mixed with the Taino, Arawak, mixed with, so-called African or whatever is going on there. And mixed with Spanish or French. So like they're mulattoes, they're mixed, confusion. So trade routes of the ancient blacks. So during the years of migrations of Africans to all parts of the world, those who crossed the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, and Pacific also used the seas to make trips to the northern parts of Africa. They may have avoided the northern routes across the deserts at particular times of the year and sailed northward by sailing parallel to the coastlines on their way northward or southward, just as the Phoenicians, Nubians, and Egyptians had done. They're the three known to do that, and they're all Hamite. Although after we conquered them, we live in those places. So boats made of skin, logs, hollow tree trunk, lash canoes, and skin could have been used for trading and commerce. So the reed boat is a common type of watercraft used in West Africa and other parts of the world. Yet there were other boats and ships to add to those already mentioned above. So boats similar to those of Nubia and Egypt were being used in the Sahara just as long or even longer than they were being used in Egypt. In fact, civilization in the Sahara and Sudan existed before Egypt was settled by blacks from the south and the Sahara. So the vessels which crossed the Atlantic about 1500 BC during the early Afro-Olmec period were most likely the same types of ships shown in the Sahara cave paintings of ships dating to about 7000 BC, or similar ships from Nubian rock carvings of 3000 BC. So Egyptologists such as Sir Flinders Petrie believe that the ancient African drawings of ships represent papyrus boats similar to the one built by the Bambara people for Thor Heyerdahl on the shores of Lake Chad. So this boat made it to Barbados, which they call Barbados. However, they did not reinforce the hull with rope as the ancient Egyptians and Nubians did with their ancient ships, probably anchors. So that lack of reinforcement made the Bambara ship weak, like Barbados. However, another papyrus ship built by Ayamara Indians in Lake Titicaca, Bolivia, was reinforced, and it made it to the West Indies without difficulty. So naval historian Bjorn Landstorm believes that some of the curved hulls shown on rock art and pottery from the Nubian civilization 3000 BC circa point to a basis. So it point to a basis 3 plank idea. So the planks would have been sewn together with rope. The larger version must have had some interior framing to hold them together. The hulls of some to these boats show the vertical extension of the bow and stern, which may have been to keep them buoyant. The bow. So these types of boats are still in use in one of the most unlikely places, the Juka and Saramaka tribes of Suriname, known also as Bush Negroes, build a style of ship and boat similar to that of the ancient Egyptians and Nubians, with their bows and sterns curving upward and pointing vertically. So this style of boat is also a common design in parts of Africa and of parts of West Africa, particularly along the Niger River, where extensive river trading occurs. So they are usually carved from a single tree trunk, which is used as the backbone. Planks are then fitted alongside to enlarge them. In all cases, cabins are built on top of the interior out of woven mat or other strong fibrous material. So these boats are usually 6 to 8 feet across and about 50 feet long. There is evidence that one African empire, Abu Bakari of Mali, used these almadias or longboats to make a trip to the Americas during the 1300s. So see, they came before Columbus. Ivan van Sertima, Random House, 1975. So apart from the vessels used by the West Africans and southwestern Sahara Black Africans to sail across the Atlantic to the Americas, Nubians, Cushites, Egyptians, and Ethiopians were known traders in the Mediterranean. The Canaanites, the Negroid inhabitants of the Levant, who later became the Phoenicians, also were master seafarers. Remind me of Dan. So this has caused some to speculate that the heads of the Afro-Olmecs represent the heads of servants of the Phoenicians. That's what I felt. Yet no dominant people would build such massive and colossal monuments to their servants and not to themselves. So, anthropologists believe there was an ancient black presence in the Americas. So during the International Congress of American Anthropologists held in Barcelona, Spain in 1964, a French anthropologist pointed out that all that was missing to prove a definite presence of Negritic blacks in the Americas before Columbus was Negroid skeletons to add to the already found Negroid featured terracottas. So later on February of 1975, skeletons of Negroid people dating to the 1200s were found at a pre-Columbian grave in the Virgin Islands. So Andrzej Wierzyński, the Polish chronologist, also concluded, based on the study of skeletons found in Mexico, that a good portion of the skulls were that of Negritic blacks. So based on the many finds for a black African Negroid presence in ancient Mexico, some of the most enthusiastic proponents of a pre-Columbian black African presence in Mexico are Mexican professionals. They conclude that Africans must have established early important trading centers on the coast along Veracruz, from which Middle America's first civilization grew. Veracruz. So in retrospect, ancient Africans did visit the Americas from as early as about 100,000 BC, where they stayed for tens of thousands of years. Yeah, we did actually. The Mayan count everything. So we're the ancient people. So by 30,000 BC to about 15,000 BC, a massive migration from the Sahara towards the Indian Ocean and the Pacific in the east occurred from the Sahara. So blacks also migrated westward across the Atlantic Ocean, Atlantis, towards the Americas. They could have walked to it back then, before Atlantis sunk. During that period, until the very eve of Columbus' first journey to Americas. So they were probably here. This also reminds me of Continent MU too. So trade, commerce, and exploration, as well as the search for new lands when the Sahara began to dry up later in history, was the catalyst that drove the West Africans towards the Atlantic and into the Americas. Better conditions. So you can check out these whatchamacallit if you want, references. But we're almost done actually with this for today. So descendants of pre-Columbian blacks in the United States, Caribbean, Central America, and South America, and the fight for the return of their stolen occupied lands. In the midst of the reparations debate, the issue of returning the lands of these blacks whose ancestors were here in the United States and Americas before Columbus has already been done with one black nation of the Louisiana territories. Before Columbus has already been done with one black nation of the Louisiana territories. Who are them people of Louisiana, eh? So the experience of the Washita Nation or Orquita Nation, Uquita, of the southern United States is another piece of solid evidence for the fact of pre-Columbian African presence and settlement in the Americas, and specifically in the United States. And that's why a lot of slavery was occurring in the South, because there was a high population of dark-skinned people already there. Moors, Taino Indians, Arawaks, Caribbeans, you know what I'm saying? And eventually African. So according to an article carried in the magazine, the Freedom Press newsletter, spring 1996, reprinted from Earthways, the newsletter of the Sojourner Truth Farm School, August 1995, the Washita were and are still a nation of Africans who existed in the southern United States and Mississippi Valley region. Long before the 16th century Europeans arrived, and even before they were Native Americans on the lands the Washita once occupied and still occupy today. So according to the article, the Washita Nation governed 3 million acres of land in Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Mississippi. I'm pretty sure the Côte Noirs wiped them out. Not all the way, obviously. I see a lot of Moors nowadays. So they were shipbuilders similar to the Garifuna of the Caribbean, who are also of pre-Columbian, West African, Mandinka, Muslim origins. I don't believe the Muslim part. According to Harold Lawrence in African Presence in Early Africa, America, by Ivan Van Sertima. So what is even more fascinating about this aspect of hidden history of blacks in America before Columbus is that the Washita Nation was known and recognized as a separate, independent black nation by the Spanish and French. Yeah, they were called Moors, who were in the Louisiana territories and Texas areas. So according to the present leader of the Washita Nation, when Spain ceded the Louisiana territory to France, they excluded the land belonging to the Washita Nation. France did not include it in the Louisiana Purchase, and according to the leader, this land is not part of the United States of America. It's these people, and they made treaties with them too. The Moors made treaties with the whites. Covenant, Confederate. So that point was made in the newspaper, the Capital Spotlight, June 1992. So in fact, the courts agreed that the land was not part of the U.S. and that in fact the Washita or Chita Nation was on the land long before European colonization. Therefore, in legal decisions made, some of the ancient territory was returned. This historical decision was made about 1991. So this is the type of information seldom seen in the majority press, yet the importance of that event clearly points to the incredible service small papers and magazines such as Ancient American or the Capital Spotlight and the Freedom Press newsletter have been making, along with internet news and information sites such as this one. So here we see an example in the continental United States where Africans who came before slavery, before Columbus, and thousands of years before Christ, Mashiach, over 6,000 years before Christ, according to the Washita chroniclers. So they were engaged in boat building, seafaring, trade, and commerce in ancient times, and who still exist today as a distinct black nation, sellout nation, who have evidence and proof of their ownership of millions of acres of land in the southern United States in the Mississippi Valley. That's why they had black slaves, these distinctive Hamites. So the Washita Nation held an important convention in June 1992 in Monroe, Louisiana, and have held others since. So yet, the Washita is merely one nation of the descendants of pre-Columbian blacks from Africa and elsewhere, and possibly from right here in the Americas, as the very first people to exist here long before the development of the Mongoloid American Indians or the Mongoloid or even the Caucasian races. So pure black Homo sapiens began to migrate from Africa and populate the entire earth about 200,000 to 150,000 years ago. So according to scientists, historians, and anthropologists, so among the other black nations who existed in the Americas before Columbus and long before Christ were the Yamasee, who had a large kingdom in the southeastern United States. So their descendants were among the first blacks of pre-Columbian American origins who fell victim to kidnapping for the purpose of enslavement. So blacks of South America, the Caribbean, and Central America were also attacked and enslaved based on a pontifex passed during the mid-1400s by the church hierarchy, giving the Europeans the go to go ahead and enslave all children of Ham found in the newly discovered territories. So the descendants of the Jamasi are the millions of blacks who live in Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and northern Florida. Jamasi. So they of course also have African slave ancestors, but these slaves are the relatives of the same Africans who sailed to America of their own free will, while Europe was in the Dark Ages and long before Christ, for that matter. So in California, descendants of the first black Californians who were a Negroid people of Africa, racial origins, and the original owners of California and the Southwest before the Spanish invasion or the creation of the mixed race Hispanic ethnic group. No wonder everyone got African in them. So Hamite in them to a degree. So many African Americans in California are of black Californian ancestry, and their great-grandparents were among the original black Californians who were victims of Spanish Californial enslavement and Anglo-American settler attacks. So in fact, the black Californian fought until the late 1800s to maintain control of their ancestral lands from the settlers. That's a fact. So there are aboriginal nations of blacks in Panama, such as the Afro-Darien and the Choco people. In fact, the Afro-Darien are the remnants of the aboriginal black nations of South and Central America who were once hunted down to be made slaves by the Spaniards. In fact, Balboa or Peter Martyr chroniclers refer to these blacks as slaves of our Lord, meaning like blacks in Africa, the South Pacific, and elsewhere. They were eligible for enslavement, being descended from Ham, the so-called father of the black race, except the Negro. So in Colombia's Choco region, on the western side of that country, there are hundreds of thousands of blacks whose ancestors have been in Colombia for thousands of years. So in fact, scientists and some historians have found out that black slaves were being kidnapped and hunted down in Colombia and parts of South and Central America, as well as the Caribbean and United States, by the Spaniards, the Spanish, and others long before they began to look for slaves in Africa, because they had to prepare the soil and ground for them. So an old painting in National Geographic clearly shows a black with a bow and arrow and wearing a loincloth hunting along the coast of Colombia during the first voyage there by the Spaniards. So these blacks today of the Choco region of Colombia are among the most oppressed of blacks in Latin America today. The Taino America today. See the final callback issues on this topic. So then there is the Garifuna or Califunami, also called Black Caribs, being a number of the Black Carib nation, and having done historical research, the myth of the Black Caribs being escaped slaves have been debunked. It is true that the Black Caribs encouraged slaves from the West Indies islands to join them, and that the Black Caribs did ally with the Mongoloid Caribs of Dominica and other parts of the West Indies. But the fact remains that the Black Caribs were originally Mende traders of gold and cloth who established settlements throughout the Circum-Caribbean region, Mexico, Central America, South America, and the southern United States of America. So they had been arriving in the Americas for thousands of years, even before they converted to Islam during the 900s AD. So being Muslim and Islam may not be the same thing. Do not prejudge. So in fact, the Olmecs of ancient Mexico were Mende. They used the Mende script found on monuments at Mount Alban, Mexico, and they named places from southern Mexico to South America, from southern Mexico to South America with Mendica names. So such names sometimes sound identical to the names of places used in Africa. So in retrospect, while the debate for reparations increases, it is important that African Americans know that two great injustices were committed by the Europeans. The first was slavery. The second was the taking of black lands and destroying black history and culture, so blacks remain totally ignorant of their rights to more than 1/3 of North America. Now you know why the slave masters did not want black folks to learn, to read, and to write, and why plants are placed in chat rooms and on forums to attempt to discredit any useful history and information offered to black people in general. So still, truth submerged shall rise again. So economics, it's page 193. Let's see how much more we got left for this. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got like 5 more pages left, and we're complete for now. So let's continue on. So let me see where we're at on time. All right. So economics. So the history of Pan-African trade, commerce, wealth, and money. A preview of the fascinating history of the development of ancient black civilizations worldwide. So one of the most important aspects of black history worldwide is the development of black civilization due to the early and persistent use and application of trade and commerce. So due to such early and well-organized trading and commercial systems throughout the prehistoric black world, blacks were able to expand throughout the world and establish the world's first cultures and civilizations. So although it is said that blacks migrated from the original homeland of mankind in Africa to settle all Asia, Europe, Australia, and the Americas, see Scientific American, September 2000, page 80 through 87. This is a recent publication. So long before the differentiation of the races from the original Negritic to Negric, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, along with the various mixed races such as Polynesians, Native Americans, whatever that means, Japanese, Malays, Mediterranean whites, East Indians, the mixed Negroid Caucasian type, not the pure black pre-Aryan Negritic Indians, Arabs, Latinos, Mestizos, Mulattoes, Zambos, and Spaniards, and a number of other mixed races and regional types. The purpose of the earliest migrations of blacks from Africa to the rest of the world was not merely following and hunting wild animals, as some theorists have claimed, but searching for commodities like red ochre to paint the smooth, dark skin from insects and decoration. So another purpose for the early migrations of Africans to other parts of the world was to establish trading and commercial links to those of their own people who had left previously. Hence, even if the earliest migrations were after wandering herds of animals, further migrations were in search of links with their kinsmen and women. So the migrations of Africans to all parts of the world within the past 100,000 years of or more occurred before any other races existed, technically. So thus, black culture and civilization was being established when no other races existed as we know them today. So this is a fascinating historical event because having been Homo sapiens for over 100,000 years, it is very possible that blacks could have gone through many periods of cultural development and civilization before the beginning of the Nile Valley civilization since about 17,000 BC, or the Zing civilization of the southern western Sahara 15,000 BC, or even Atlantis 10,000 BC, or the building of the Sphinx 7,000 BC. This is all black history. So in fact, there is evidence from ancient East Indian chronicles. Some of these pictures are on AAWR, African American Webbering, of the great scientific advancements of the black prehistoric inhabitants of the Indus Valley civilization, which is 6,000 BC to 1700 BC. Who built flying machines? Wow. Who had flushing toilets? Cities on a grid-like pattern on the ley lines, meridians, energetic points of Earth, and many of what we may call modern conveniences. So about 20,000 years ago, they even had light in the pyramids. So about 20,000 years ago, actually wireless energy, anti-gravitational energy, I believe that's how they were able to actually lift up some of those stones and things like that. A mathematical precision. So about 20,000 years ago, the present day dried up and desertified Sahara as an aquatic civilization, where the Africans who lived on the edges of the giant inland sea built large ocean-going ships. Rock paintings of these ships can still be seen in the Sahara, and some appeared on National Geographic magazine about 2 years ago. For more about the aquatic civilizations of the prehistoric Sahara, see African Presence in Early Asia by Ivan van Sortima and Ronoko Rashidi, Transaction Publications, New York, Brunswick. So the Africans who used these boats, which are still used today by tribes such as the Baduma of Mali, West Africa, made of papyrus straw. These same type of boats were used to travel to the Americas, the Indian Ocean, the South Pacific, India, East Asia, and the Pacific. So then to the Americas via the Pacific Ocean. So in fact, the Fijians still consider Africa's east coast to be their very ancient homeland. And Africans in East Africa have oral as well as written histories of ancient journeys towards Asia. So in ancient times, trade between Africans in Africa and those in the Indian Ocean, East Asia, and the Pacific Ocean, East Asia, the Americas, the Mediterranean, the Black Sea area, and all the continents including Australia. So in all these areas, evidence, and we actually been to Mars too, there's monuments up there. So in all these areas, evidence of prehistoric African blacks exists. It is very important to note that such evidence was again found in South America, where about 50 skulls representing Negroid people were found in Brazil. See Scientific American, September 2000. So, however, this is no news to some blacks, particularly those descended from the ancient prehistoric blacks of America, such as the Washita of the Louisiana area, the descendants of the black Californians, the Jamanese, the Jamasi, and others. The Black Caribs of the Caribbean and Central America, the Choco region, blacks of Colombia, South America, and many others. However, this is not new to blacks. To some, it's not shocking. So this book contains the history of black trade and commerce. It examines how money was made in ancient times and how this legacy continued well into the colonial era to this very day. Merchant law, contract law, law of nature, common law. So, a common sense law. So in a time when blacks worldwide are suffering economically, this book, like we're going through our own collapse when the white man came, our own fall, collapse. So this book clearly contributes to the knowledge and helps build the confidence needed to initiate a black world economic renaissance and black economic, social, numerical, and cultural development among black Americans and blacks everywhere. So the vanishing evidence of classical African civilizations, the slave trade. So Nigeria, table of contents. So a desire for glory and profit from trade, missionary zeal, and considerations of global strategy brought Portuguese navigators to the West African coast in the late 15th century. So locked in a seemingly interminable crusading war with Muslim Morocco. The Portuguese conceived of a plan whereby maritime expansion might bypass the Islamic world, the Ottoman Empire, and open new markets that would result in commercial gain. So they hoped to tap the fabled Saharan gold trade, establish a sea route around Africa to India, and link up with the mysterious Christian kingdom of Prester John. So the Portuguese achieved all these goals. They obtained access to the gold trade by trading along the Gulf of Guna, the Gold Coast, establishing a base at Elmina, the mine, on the Gold Coast, Ghana, and they made their way into the Indian Ocean, militarily securing a monopoly of the spice trade. Even the Christian kingdom turned out to be real. It was Ethiopia. Although Portuguese adventures there turned sour very quickly. Portugal's lasting legacy for Nigeria, however, was its initiation of the transatlantic slave trade. So by 1471, Portuguese ships had reconnoitered the West African coast south as far as the Niger Delta, although they did not know that it was the Delta. And in 1481, emissaries from the King of Portugal visited the court of Oba of Benin. For a time, Portugal and Benin maintained close relations. Sellouts. So Portuguese soldiers aided Benin in its wars. Sellouts. Portuguese even came to be spoken at the Oba's court. Guato, the port of Benin, became the depot to handle the peppers, ivory, and increasing numbers of slaves offered by the Oba in exchange for coral beads, textile imports from India, European manufactured articles, including tools and weapons, and manillas, which is brass and bronze bracelets that were used as currency and also were melted down for objects d'art. So Portugal also may have been the first European power to import cowrie shells, which were the currency of the far interior. Many people couldn't get in there because, you know, there's a lot of cultures. We could have held Africa up. We could have protected it and defended her. And we're too busy killing and fighting each other and trying to make money, gaining the world, that we lost sight of, you know, what we were supposed to be fighting for as one black people versus a little tiny popcorn tribe versus a whole nation, a whole realm of whites. The whites work together sometimes. So Benin profited from its close ties with the Portuguese and exploited the firearms brought from them to tighten its hold on the lower Niger area. Niger. So two factors checked the spread of Portuguese influence and the continued expansion of Benin. However, first, Portugal stopped buying pepper because of the availability of other spices in the Indian Ocean region. Second, Benin placed an embargo on the export of slaves, thereby isolating itself from the growth of what was to become the major export from the Nigerian coast for 300 years. So Benin continued to capture slaves, Negroes, and to employ them in its domestic economy. But the Edo state remained unique among Nigerian polities, in refusing to participate in the transatlantic slave trade. So in the long run, Benin remained relatively isolated from the major changes along the Nigerian coast. So they ended up being sold right into Haiti, Congo too, and Yoruba tribes, all them. So the Portuguese initially brought slaves for sale on the Gold Coast, where slaves were traded for gold. For this reason, the southwestern coast of Nigeria and neighboring parts of the present-day Republic of Benin, not to be confused with the Kingdom of Benin, became known as the Slave Coast. So when the African coast began to supply slaves to the Americas in the last third of the 16th century, the Portuguese continued to look to the Bight of Benin as one of its sources of supply. So by then they were concentrating activities on the Angolan coast, which supplied roughly 40% of all slaves shipped to the Americas throughout the duration of the transatlantic trade. But they always maintained a presence on the Nigerian coast. So the Portuguese monopoly on West African trade was broken at the end of the 16th century, when Portugal's influence was challenged by the rising naval power of the Netherlands. So the Dutch took over Portuguese trading stations on the coast that were the source of slaves for the Americas. So French and English competition later undermined the Dutch position. So casting lots for his people. So although slave ports from Lagos to Calabar would see the flags of many other European maritime admiralty countries, including Denmark, Sweden, and Brandenburg, and the North American colonies, Britain became the dominant slaving power in the 18th century. So its ships handled 2/5 of the transatlantic traffic during the century. The Portuguese and the French were responsible for another 2/5, 4/10. So Nigeria kept its important position in the slave trade throughout the great expansion of the transatlantic trade. After the middle of the 17th century, so Nigeria was also a slave trading Hamite tribe. So slightly more slaves came from the Nigerian coast than from Angola in the 18th century. So while in the 19th century, perhaps 30% of all slaves sent across the Atlantic came from Nigeria. So over the period of the whole trade, more than 3.5 million slaves were shipped from Nigeria to the Americas. Most of these slaves were Igbo and Yoruba, Hebrew and Yoruba, with significant concentrations of Hausa, Ibibio, and other ethnic groups, all mixed into one. So in the 18th century, two polities, Oyo and the Aro Confederacy, were responsible for most of the slaves exported from Nigeria. So the Aro Confederacy continued to export slaves through the 1830s, but most slaves in the 19th century were a product of the Yoruba civil wars that followed the collapse of Oyo in the 1820s. So the expansion of Oyo after the middle of the 16th century was closely associated with the growth of slave exports across the Atlantic. Oyo's cavalry pushed southward along a natural break in the forest known as the Benin Cap. In other words, the opening in the forest where the savanna stretched to the bight of Benin, and thereby gain access to the coastal ports. So Oyo experienced a series of power struggles and constitutional crises in the 18th century that directly related to its success as a major slave exporter. The powerful Oyo Mezi, the council of warlords that checked the king, forced a number of kings to commit suicide. In 1754, the head of Oyo Mesi, Bosoran Gaha, seized power, retaining a series of kings as puppets. So the rule of this military oligarchy was overcome in 1789 when King Obiodum successfully staged in a counter coup and forced the suicide of Gaha. Abiodun and his successors maintained the supremacy of the monarchy until the second decade of the 19th century, primarily because of the reliance of the king on a cavalry force that was independent of the Oyo Mesi. This force was recruited largely from Muslim slaves, especially Hausa from farther north. So the other major slave exporting state was a loosely confederation under the leadership of the Aro and Igbo clan of mixed Igbo and Ibibio origins, Ibibio, whose home was on the escarpment between the central Igbo districts in the Cross River. So beginning in the late 17th century, the Aro built a complex network of alliances and treaties with many of the Igbo clans. They served as arbiters in villages throughout Igbo land, and their famous article at Arokuku, located in a thickly wooded gorge, was widely regarded as a court of appeal for many kinds of disputes. By custom, the Aro were sacrosanct, allowing them to travel anywhere with their goods without fear of attack. So alliances with certain Igbo clans who acted as mercenaries for the Aro guaranteed their safety. So as oracle priests, they also received slaves in payment of fines or dedicated to the gods, the idols, by their masters as scapegoats for their own transgressions. So these slaves thereby became the property of the Aro priests who were at liberty to sell them. Besides their religious influence, the Aro established their ascendancy through a combination of commercial acumen and diplomatic skill. Their commercial empire was based on a set of 24-day fairs and periodic markets that dotted the interior. Resident Aro dominated these markets and collected slaves for export. They had a virtual monopoly of the slave trade after the collapse of Oyo in the 1820s. Villages suspected of violating treaties with the Oro were subject to devastating raids that not only produced slaves for export but also maintained Aro influence. So the Aro had treaties with the coastal ports from which slaves were exported, especially Calabar, Boni, and Ilem Calabari. The people of Calabar were Efrik, a subsection of Ibibio, Eber, Efrik, Efer, while Boni and Ilem Calabari were Ija towns. So the Ija who occupied the tidal area in proximity to the Igbo had wrested a frugal living from the sale of dried fish and sea salt to the inland communities for centuries before the rise of the slave trade. Traditionally, they had lived in federated groups of villages with the head of the ranking village presiding over general assemblies attended by all the males. So during the heyday of the slave trade in the 18th century, the major Ija villages grew into cities of 5,000 to 10,000. Wow. Inhabitants ruled by local strongmen allied with the Aro. So their economies were based on the facilities they offered to slave traders. So it made them rich. Everyone kind of took a monopoly in this. So they were entrepreneurial communities receiving slaves from the Aro for resale to European agents. So personal wealth rather than status within a lineage group was the basis for political power and social status, wealth. So government typically was conducted by councils composed of leading merchants and headed by Amaniyanabo, chief executive, an office that in time became hereditary. So by the end of the 18th century, the area that was to become Nigeria was far from a unified country. Furthermore, the orientation of the North and the South was entirely different. The savanna states of Hasalan and Borno had experienced a difficult century of political insecurity and ecological disaster, but otherwise continued in a centuries-long tradition of slow political and economic change that was similar to other parts of the savannah. So the southern areas near the coast, by contrast, had been swept up in the transatlantic slave trade. Political and economic change had been rapid and dramatic. By 1800, Oyo governed much of the southern, western, Nigerian, and neighboring parts of the modern Republic of Benin, while the Oro had consolidated southeastern Nigeria into a confederation that dominated that region. So the Oyo and the Aro confederations were major trading partners of the slave traders from Europe and North America. And we pause there for now. Thank you so much for making it up to this point with me. When we come back, we're gonna finish off with now the Muslims, the the Muslim slave trade and get deep into that. What happened to us during that? So that might be another, yeah, it might be 2 or 3 videos. But until then, y'all, I truly hope you guys have a lovely day. All due praises be to the Most High, y'all. Stay encouraged.